All right, Justice, you're good to go.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's about 9:16 a.m. I'd like to start the meeting and call the Sentencing Commission to order. This is the 10th meeting of the commission during our 2019-2021 meeting cycle. And thankfully for all of the commission members, the legislature, the governor, and the citizens of Nevada, we celebrate the 1-year anniversary of Victoria Gonzalez as the executive director of the commission, who I think we would all acknowledge has been an extraordinary compliment to this effort. I think we can all give her a little cheer. We are delayed in getting the meeting started just because of the logistics of setting up the meeting, coordinating attendance, and addressing people's participation. And Victoria looks like the center of a Barnum and Bailey circus here, but she does a remarkable job, and it's such a pleasure to work with her. We are also fortunate as a commission to welcome some new members. I'd like to begin by extending a warm welcome to our newest member, Dr. Jennifer Latterman. She was appointed by the governor. And Dr. Latterman, if you'd wave your hand, everybody can see you. And we really appreciate your participation and look forward to your contribution to the commission. Also, I'd like to welcome Chief Tom Lawson from the Division of Parole and Probation. I had the fortune of talking with both Dr. Latterman and Chief Lawson yesterday, and I'm really excited about their contributions. And Chief, congratulations on your most recent promotion to the Division of Parole and Probation. And then finally, I'd like to welcome Director Alyssa Caparetta from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. With all of her other duties, I'm sure she was really excited to learn that there's a statutory requirement that the Director of DETR be a member of this commission. But we really appreciate her participation, especially with all of the demands that she is dealing with at the moment in handling her department. And welcome, Director, to the commission. We look forward to your participation.
Thank you.
We have also had a lot of progress made in our department. And Victoria has really made a lot of progress in hiring folks. And once again, I want to extend my appreciation to the governor's office, to the general finance office, and to CJI for securing dollars that would make our expansion of our staff possible. Let me introduce to you the newest members of the staff. Rhonda Buckley, sitting to my left here, is one of the administrative assistants. And welcome, Rhonda, and thank you for being a part of this group.
Thank you.
And Laura Arnold at the end of the conference table here is the new staff attorney, and she will provide additional horsepower to the already powerful Victoria Gonzalez in getting our work done. Commission, I really appreciate you all attending this morning. We've got a pretty full agenda today, and I look forward to all that we can be able to accomplish. Just a reminder, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Make sure that you are unmuted when you are speaking. And remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of the minutes. Director Gonzalez, would you please take the roll of the commission?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Arascata.
Present.
Ms. Brady.
Here.
Director Daniels.
Here.
Thank you. Chairman DeRico.
Here.
Judge Freeman. My apologies. We had some technical difficulties. We're good. Okay, Judge Freeman, are you here? I believe he'll be a little bit late.
Okay.
Mr. Hicks,
Here.
thank you. Mr. Imlay,
Here.
Sheriff Logan,
Here.
Mr. Marsh,
Present.
Mr. McCormick,
Present.
Ms. Mull,
Present.
Dr. Neighbors,
Here.
Mr. Ponder, Judge Villani, Assemblyman Hambrick, Assemblywoman Wynn, Senator Canizaro,
Here.
Senator Pickard, Vice Chair Callaway,
Here.
Chief Lawson,
Here.
Director Caparata,
I'm here.
and Dr. Lanterman,
Present.
and Chair Hardesty.
Present.
Your Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, great. Before we open the first period of public comment, I wanted to make an observation or a comment for the benefit of the public and the commission regarding agenda item number 4. That item relates to an update on the COVID-19 crisis in facilities at the Nevada Department of Corrections. Director Daniels was good enough to reach out to me to discuss his willingness, interest on the part of himself and his staff to provide some information regarding the COVID-19 impact on the Nevada Department of Corrections facilities. He has prepared a presentation as part of that agenda item to get to it. But I wanted to invite the public, if they have questions, to provide their questions during their public comment. And to the extent that we can, and to the extent that there is available, the director and his staff will attempt to answer some of those questions following the end of their presentation. But I wanted to alert you to that possibility. So if you wanted to include a question, as long as it doesn't violate an inmate's privacy rights or invade some security issues, we'll screen those and consider responses to some of those questions. With that in mind, I'd open agenda item 2, which is our first period for public comment. There will be another period of public comment at the end of the meeting. Members of the public may submit public comment in writing by emailing the Nevada Department of Policy at sentencingpolicy@ndsp.mv.gov. Public comments submitted in writing will be referenced in the minutes of the meeting, posted on the website of the Nevada Department of Sentencing Policy, and provided to members of the commission for review. Members of the public may also provide testimony by phone today. Because of time constraints, public comment will be limited to not more than 2 minutes. Any member of the public who testifies and exceeds the 2-minute limit can also submit testimony to the Department of Sentencing Policy following the meetings. So I'd like to turn the time over to Rhonda Buckley, one of our newest staff members, and she'll facilitate public comment and provide specific instructions for how one may testify by telephone. So commission members, if you'll be patient here, we'll start working through the list of those who have called in and requested an opportunity to provide public comment. Ms. Buckley?
Thank you, Justice Hardesty. Members of the public who wish to testify by phone, please call 669-900-6833. When prompted for the meeting ID, enter 970-7734, 7346, and pound. If you would like to provide public comment, press star 9 to raise your hand. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that instructs you that you are able to unmute yourself by pressing star 6. I will also state the last 3 numbers of your phone number to let you know that it is your turn to speak. Again, if you would like to provide public comment, press star 9 to raise your hand. I will wait 1 minute for the callers to join the meeting and raise their hands.
All right, go ahead. All right, here you go, Justice.
151. Caller with the last 3 digits of 151. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may now begin.
Good morning. My name is Denise Bolaños, DENISE I am a member of Return Strong, Families United for Justice for the Incarcerated. My husband, who has been in prison for 10 years, wrongfully convicted, is currently recovering from COVID. His unit in Lovelock Correctional Center is currently locked down and has been since November 17th for COVID, as many people were showing symptoms. Shortly after that, as many people were showing symptoms, multiple units at Lovelock started locking down for COVID. This honestly did not come as a surprise to me, as COs were being called to work in Warm Springs after their massive outbreak and then returning to normal functions in Lovelock. Yet, although it was just a matter of time for this to happen and I was expecting it, the anguish I felt when I received a phone call from my friend about this was terrifying nonetheless. My husband has a heart condition, and that, alongside with the horrific supposed healthcare that incarcerated people receive, has us fearing COVID could be a death sentence for him. The past few weeks of not hearing from my husband for days on end, and then speaking to him when he could barely breathe just to tell me that he was still alive, not to worry, and that he would call when he was able, have by far been the most emotionally draining time in these past 10 years that he's been inside. Already, my family is dealing with a potential eviction, and I am now recovering from COVID myself after being severely ill. And to add to that, I have to worry that my husband is dealing with those same awful symptoms that I had, warm in my bed, in a cell without the comforts that I had, like over-the-counter medications to treat my array of symptoms. There are thousands of wives and husbands and mothers and sisters across the state that are in my same shoes. And I would like to publicly demand that Governor Sisolak and Director Daniels attend the town hall meeting being held on December 15th, being streamed on Facebook Live, to respond to questions from the constituents of this state on NDOC's gross mishandling and lack of transparency during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, the next.
Mhm.
861. Caller with the last 3 digits of 861. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Adkisson, Adkisson. Good morning, members of the Nevada State. We are currently facing an emergency in our Nevada State prisons that require attention from the sentencing commissioners. Inmates need to be provided a less restrictive custody status where they are not housed in such high-risk environments like dormitory-style living. Everyone is sick with COVID-19, and they're not being provided the treatment protocol that is being administered in all local hospitals, including vitamin D, vitamin C supplements, over-the-counter medications, etc. The NDOC is not disclosing the results of test results to the inmates that are positive. Our loved ones are living in huge open rooms filled with 150 beds where they cannot possibly social distance themselves. The inmates are not bringing in COVID-19 to the prisons. The employees are infecting our loved ones, and no one is protecting them. An inmate at NNCC died last night from COVID. They are being subjected to these living conditions. I spoke with one inmate who was given a cough drop, and he's been sick for more than 10 days. The COs are not wearing masks at all the time. They wearing them under their nose, around their neck, on their bags. The California prisons has released inmates that are subject to these living arrangements as they cannot protect themselves. And I want to know when we're going to start protecting our loved ones. There's a high percentage of men in our prisons who are already being paroled, who have already been paroled or expired on their crimes, but they're being kept in there solely for an additional penalty beyond their discharged crime. NRS 193165, use of a deadly weapon, subsection 3 states, this section does not create any separate offense, but provides an additional penalty for the primary offense. One cannot be given a separate sentence if there is no offense and no conviction. You have many men sitting in prison far past their release dates because of the practices of the NDOC. The relevant statutory scheme in Nevada requires a conviction equal to a felony before any citizen may be confined to a state prison.
Ma'am,
Please
your
see NRS
2 minutes is over, but I would appreciate if you'd wrap up, please.
Okay. That'll be all. I just appreciate somebody actually doing something for our loved ones in our prisons. Thank you.
Thank you for your input today.
Caller with the last three digits of 846. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may now begin.
Hello, my name is Adrian Lowry, ADRIAN LOWRY. I'm calling in to echo what the previous 2 people said, that the state is responsible for the health of all incarcerated people in the state prisons, and they're being put at incredible risk, and they're being exposed without their choice to catching COVID and experiencing all of the symptoms and possibly death. And I believe that we have to do something about this. I think it matches the definition of cruel and an unusual punishment to expose our loved ones in the prisons to COVID-19, and we must do whatever we can to reduce that, especially to let people out if they are not a risk to society, if they have completed a large amount of their sentence, or if they have specific health risks that'll make COVID even more dangerous. Thank you.
Mr. Lowry, the next person, Ms. Buckley.
No, could you lower their hand first?
Caller with the last three digits, 779. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may now begin.
Hello and good morning. My name is Nicole and I'm calling with Return Strong. NDOC has been falling behind their management of the COVID crisis from the start. Contrary to what is about to be said by NDOC, there are people sick and some dying in the prisons. A death as most recent as last night occurred in a unit of sick inmates where no one has received medical attention in days and testing was not completed. It wasn't until it was too late that this person received medical attention. It was also overheard from NDOC's own medical staff that if they are not tested for COVID, then they didn't die from COVID. This is saddening and infuriating as these are people, not just numbers in somebody's computer. How does COVID get into the prisons? It is brought in by employees of NDOC who do not follow the COVID policies put in place by NDOC. And why not, you ask? I've seen in many meetings, even as recent as the ACAJ meeting from a few weeks ago, and NDOC Facebook post, Director Daniels does not wear a mask. What happened to leading by example? There are people who are sick in every facility, perhaps dying, who are not being tested. Is it an attempt to keep their numbers down so that the larger facilities don't have a 90% positivity rate like the Humboldt Camp, Stewart Camp, Pioche Camp, and Warm Springs Correctional Center? Just facts that you should know prior to hearing the inaccuracies about to be told to you by NDOC. They do not have it under control. They never did. They need to be held accountable. And if leadership can't hold their own staff accountable and no one is there to hold leadership accountable, then perhaps it's time for new leadership. There is no transparency, accountability, or communication out of NDOC. There was an invite sent to NDOC regarding the town hall we are going to hold on December 15th. We would like to see them there. And as a last plea, please save these people's lives. Their lives matter too, and they don't deserve to die due to NDOC's negligence. And since we may ask a question, can we expect to see NDOC at the town hall on December 15th? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker,
Yeah, did they already go?
No.
Okay, so then I asked her to mute first.
Caller with the last three digits, 334. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
My name is Darren Scheidel, DARRIN SCHEIDLE. I have a loved one in NDOC, and I'm very appalled at the that's been going on for COVID that's been reported to me over the last 6 months. Only recently have they been doing the appropriate testing. Before that, everything that was reported with false negatives, basically swabbing inside the nose itself like you would a baby to clean out its nose. That's not appropriate COVID testing. And for those of us that are on the outside that have had to go through COVID testing, we're aware of that. Besides the COVID testing that is not being done appropriately or might be now, the big ideas that I want to propose in support of Assemblymember Wynn's AB 236 modifications is to see that it gets applied retroactively from the time it was signed into law rather than July 1st, 2020. The other thing that I want to bring up is AB 25 that was signed in by Governor Sandoval but was not enacted regarding NRS section 209.4465, which Governor Sisolak said that he would sign, but so far hasn't, granting 5 days of sentence for each month the offender serves. These two things would greatly help out the current population of NDOC. And for those folks that are nonviolent offenders, as long as they've served more than 50% of their minimum time, I don't see why they can't be converted to house arrest, especially when they have homes to go to, family to support them, jobs to go to, and medical benefits that they can get outside through their family members. Those are the big things that I want to bring to the sentencing board's policy board's attention, and I thank you for your time.
thank you, Mr. Schreiber.
Star 9, yeah, ask her to star 9. Do you want me to say it?
Members of the public who wish to testify by phone when prompted, if you would like to provide public comment, press star 9 to raise your hand. Okay, so
Guys, looks like we're good. I don't. I think we're good.
All right, thank you. I think that concludes public comment from what we've been able to see on the screen. I think everybody has commented who requested to do so. A reminder to everybody, though, that there will be a second public comment period at the end of the meeting, and you're certainly welcome to participate at that time if you didn't already. I'll open agenda item number 3, an approval of the October 28th meeting minutes. The draft has been circulated. Are there any edits, comments, or corrections to the minutes of the meeting of October 28th? I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes if someone is prepared to make that.
So moved. Justice Hardesty, this is Chris Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Appreciate it.
I can second that, Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Senator. Any discussion on the motion? All right.
Justice Hardesty,
Yes,
this is Elisa Cafretta, and I will abstain from this vote since I was not present at the meeting.
Sure, appreciate that, of course. That's probably the expectation for Dr. Lannerman and Mr. Lawson as well, Chief Lawson. All right, any comments or discussions on the motion? All right, let's do a quick roll then.
All right, Mr. Ariscotta,
Here. Yes.
Ms. Brady,
Yes.
Director Daniels,
Yes.
Chairman DeRico,
Yes.
Judge Freeman, Mr. Hicks,
Yes.
Mr. Inlay,
Same.
Sheriff Logan,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Mr. McCormick,
Yes.
Ms. Mull,
Yes.
Dr. Neighbors,
Yes.
Senator Canizaro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Callaway, and Chair Hardesty.
Yes. Thank you.
It passes.
Let's reflect an abstention if we didn't get it from Chief Lawson and from Ms. Caparetta. Yeah.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then let's turn to agenda item number 4. As I mentioned earlier, Director Daniels and I have had a couple of conversations about his willingness to participate with his staff in providing an update on the status of the COVID-19 impact on the Nevada Department of Correction facilities. Over the last several months of the pandemic, the director and his medical director, Dr. Michael Menev, have provided updates, statistics on NDOC staff and inmates who've been tested and the rate of positive tests and the results. Throughout the pandemic, Nevada has been recognized for the ability of NDOC staff to track and contain infections. We have also, of course, heard in public comment criticisms that have been offered by those who have loved ones in the facilities or are advocates on behalf of inmates. Most recently, there's been outbreaks in some of the facilities, and I appreciated the director's willingness to and his doctor to be available to make a presentation to the commission, as well as answer some questions from commission members and address some of the comments that have been made by the public that they're in a position to address. Director, I really appreciate our phone calls. Thank you so much. Perhaps we could begin by having you introduce the staff that you have with you that'll participate, and then we can proceed with your presentation when you're ready, sir.
Well, good morning, Justice Hardesty. and members of the commission. My name is Charles Daniels. I am the director of the Nevada Department of Corrections, and I have multiple staff with me here today. So hopefully we can answer and address most of the questions presented today. Here sitting with me, I have Brian Williams. He's my deputy director, but he was of our program, but last week he switched on over to our operations division, so he's well versed on both sides. I have Christina Leathers. She's my chief of human resources here. I also have Michael Manev, Dr. Michael Manev. He's our medical director. And up north, I have Bill Coenga. He is our deputy director of prison industries, but he's also our acting public information officer. And I have others in a support capacity in the event we need to research something while I'm communicating. So those are all the folks that we have available. And I would like to go ahead and start out this meeting if possible.
Thank you.
First of all, as of December 8th, 2020, we have an offender population of 10,251 inmates. I will tell you though that this changes regularly. It's a fluid number. It changes every day, all day long as we release inmates and as new inmates come into our facility. Although I'm going to give you a presentation, I do have an opening statement that kind of lets us get to where we are today. We implemented what we called a firewall strategy. It was initially established on March 16th of 2020, and it has been continuously modified based on recommendations from the CDC, which is Centers for Disease Control, or the WHO, which is the World Health Organization, and also the Nevada State Medical Director. In terms of treatments, we established protocols based on a trigger event to initiate testing of the offender population. This protocol is unique to each facility and institution. Some of those are obviously sanitation and isolation protocols were established. We also started conducting briefings. They're better known as town halls at each location every Tuesday and Friday when we spoke to the inmate population as well as all of our staff. And in those meetings, we gave them an update as to what was going on globally as it related to the pandemic, what was going on nationally, and also what was going on in the state and what was going on within the prison system itself. We also limited staff contact with offenders, for example, porters, schedule changes, and so on. We just really cut down on the day-to-day contact that we had with many of the inmates that had previously been allowed to come out at all times and perform some of our basic duties. We also ensured that hand sanitizer was available for all offenders upon request. Masks have been issued to all offenders. As a matter of fact, each of the inmates has been issued reusable masks. Each of them have received 2, so if they need to send one out for washing, that they had a mask available with them. And then, of course, we started testing of all of our offender population, which started back in June and continues weekly, effective on December 8th. I'm happy to meet with advocacy groups. However, my primary job is to run the department. This requires me to put my focus and energy into implementing and evaluating policies and procedures related to public safety, staff safety, and offender safety. We are also in a pandemic, which has required an all hands on deck 24/7 mentality. I started employment with the Department of Corrections in December of this past year. And then of course we rolled into the pandemic in March. I also want to indicate I appreciate the concerns and questions presented by the public. Further, advocacy groups have various ways to be heard by me, even without face-to-face meetings, whether it be through letters, phone calls, listening and asking questions at this meeting, the Board of Prison Commission meetings, and other public forums. They also have the opportunity to discuss concerns with their elected officials. As I serve at the pleasure of the governor, it then becomes my responsibility and duty to implement the policy visions of the governor consistent with sound and effective correctional policies, and above all else, the constitutional rights of the inmates. I hope to be able to meet with groups more often after the pandemic. However, rest assured, your voices are important and they are heard. So I'd like to now transition into the PowerPoint presentation. I think it's important and we should be able to address most of the issues that have arisen through public comment so far. So the very first slide is just some basic information. We're going to be talking about in this outline are the impacts of COVID-19. We're going to talk once again about a quick background of how we got where we are. We're going to give you some data. Most of it, that data is relevant as of today, or certainly no more than a few days ago. Also, we'll give some definitions as to some of the language we use. I think everyone should know what all of our words mean and why we use them. And then we're going to talk about our protocols. Now, what's interesting about our protocols, as each and everyone knows, our protocols have changed. They've evolved since March, and they've evolved significantly. But so what we want to do is break down those protocols by what we call the first wave and the second wave. Our first wave went back to March and ran all the way through August. And then we had the second wave that went from September, and it's still currently in effect as it relates to how we deal with COVID. So let me just give you some basic information about what's going on in the Department of Corrections. Once again, that is current as of December 8th, as of several hours ago. So let's just talk about staff. We currently have 189 staff that are positive for COVID-19. That staff complement is roughly at about 2,700 staff. We have roughly 217 in quarantine and another 189 in isolation. Currently, we have 7 staff members committed to the hospital, and as it relates, admitted to the hospital, and we have 2 deaths of staff members that are related to COVID-19. Currently, we don't have anyone pending a death that's pending a test. As you know, we typically wait for a medical test to determine, even at the time of death, regardless of how a staff member and or a inmate passes away, we will still conduct a test to see whether or not that individual had COVID. So as we look at our offender population, we currently have 1,237 inmates that are positive. Out of that 1,237, we have 2,971 inmates that are in quarantine, and we have another 1,237 that are in isolation. There are currently 8 inmates admitted to the hospital. We have had 5 inmates that have died with confirmed positive. Now, with that, if you're positive, we're going to count it as a positive death for COVID-19, although many of these inmates had other issues, significant issues, that were also major contributors to the death of the inmates. And then right now, we currently are, of any of the inmates that have passed, we're not awaiting any tests. So all 5 of the inmates that have died here recently that have had a positive test, we have that listed. So now, let me go ahead and give you a little bit of background. I think it's important. We implemented our firewall protocols that I had mentioned earlier. And what that meant was we suspended visitation and all non-NDOC employee access. We also started health screening of all employees to include temperature checks and symptom screening. We adopted a mantra, which was when in doubt, keep them out. We recognized that if we were going to have COVID-19 in our facilities, our staff would be the primary carriers as they're out in the community. And as you may recall, there was a significant lag in what, even if a person was tested, there was a significant lag in terms of when they actually received the results back. And as we continued to move on, the numbers, the amount of time increased significantly as the state lab was deluged with so many tests to have to review and get back with people. And then also we initiated a mask usage policy within the institution. In terms of sanitation, we implemented sanitation protocols, which also included a 10% bleach solution used to wipe down all areas. They were wiped down constantly in our common areas. our showers, any place the inmates congregated or ate, and the inmates had access to this in their cells. We also started testing what we considered to be our vulnerable population. Our vulnerable population included inmates in 3 categories. One of those were the inmates that were receiving treatment via chemotherapy. The second group of inmates were inmates that were actively engaged in having to undergo dialysis at any interval. And then the third group were those inmates that were pregnant. We also implemented mandatory testing by each institution, and that also included staff. So as we continue with our background, I wanted to talk a little bit about PPE, which is personal protective equipment. Hand sanitizer was manufactured by our prison industries and distributed to all staff and offenders. We had to recollect the hand sanitizer from offenders simply because some of them started to ingest it to obviously treat it as regular alcohol. And so we had to collect it back. However, we did provide it to our staff and they could take it to each cell per request of each inmate. And they would provide them with hand sanitizer in small amounts. So we didn't have to particularly worry too much more about ingestion. We also, once again, issued masks to all staff. Once again, those were manufactured by prison industries. And in addition to that, we followed that up, as I had stated earlier, with providing masks to our inmates, and each inmate has 2 issued masks. We started then with our town halls. Our town halls are nothing more than briefings or meetings, and we have them every Tuesday and every Friday, agency-wide, and therefore staff as well as the inmates. And as I had mentioned previously, it is our goal to keep the inmates informed. The inmates do have access to watching television, so they keep informed. And we know that if people are informed, they tend to do better. And most of our inmates appreciate the fact that we communicate with them very directly. And we don't have this delegated below the rank of associate warden, but typically all of our wardens conduct these town halls. Next.
Well, they can't see it.
I don't know if technology allows, but at least in the main screen, we're not able to see the PowerPoint. If you're able to post it where we can watch as you're working through it, great. If not, I would ask maybe if you could provide a hard copy to Director Gonzalez after the meeting, and we'll be sure and post it on the website of the commission.
Okay. Thank you, Justice Hardesty. We've gone ahead already and sent it to Executive Director Gonzalez. However, I think we may be able to salvage this. Can you see anything on the screen at the moment?
Perfect. Yes, sir. We've got it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So now we've heard a lot about the Nevada Department of Corrections being overwhelmed. We've heard a lot about the major catastrophe, what's going on. I will share with you from my personal perspective and as director, any death is, especially as it's related to this pandemic, is horrible. And I wish, quite frankly, we could save everyone. But I would like to remind everyone, this is a global pandemic that has, if I'm not mistaken, we've now, in terms of just Americans, roughly 280,000 Americans have passed away. So we need to kind of keep those numbers in perspective, that this is not a Nevada Department of Corrections generated issue, nor is it something that we have failed to respond to. So what I put up now, just to make that point is, and by the way, this information is from the Marshall Project, and the Marshall Project is an organization that keeps up with statistics that they gather via each state and nationally. So if you want to look at where we stand, the Nevada Department of Corrections, when you look at the states as well as the federal government, we see a state per 10,000 inmates, such as Texas, with a total of 26,000. That might be 28, and I'm struggling here with my eyesight, but somewhere between 26 and 28,000 inmates. And if you look at right beside it, it'll show you that per 10,000 inmates, they are roughly at per 10,000, 2,186 inmates per 10,000. Then there's the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which is has roughly the same amount, but in terms of prisoners per 10,000, they're at 1,790. And then if you look at some of these other states, California, but if you even want to scroll down, look at Arkansas and Wisconsin, Tennessee, they all have some very high numbers. The data's there. We do not collect this information. So I just want to make the point, we have to take in our data in context with everyone else. So as we move on to the next screen, let's just talk about Nevada. If you look at Nevada, we're in the top 12 best in the US, whether it relates to the total number of COVID cases or the number of inmates infected per 10,000. We would be ranked 41st in inmates per 10,000, meaning only 9 other states being higher than us. I'm sorry, 8, and then 38th in the total number of cases. So although I deeply care about those folks who are concerned about the safety and the welfare of their loved ones, we do take this very seriously. But I do believe that many of the things that we put into place, when you take into consideration that we still have to deal with the staff safety element, the inmate safety, some of our inmates, quite frankly, are individuals that can't be around other inmates. Some of them are predatory, some of them are violent, some are predatory and violent, and some of them don't do well around others. So we have to ensure we have procedures in place to keep those that need to be sequestered and separated from the others. Everyone, I have no doubt that most people just are here because of their legitimate concerns for their families and the welfare of many of those that are incarcerated. I get it. But once again, if you put this in the context of where we are compared to other correction systems, and you take into context that this is a global issue. This is global. I think when you look at our data, we've done extraordinarily well. This has also touched several of my staff members, and I've gone to funerals, and it's very heartbreaking. So I do feel for those individuals. But keep in mind, although everyone would like to have the best case scenario, we get it, we understand it. I don't make public policy. I just execute the duties of the Department of Corrections, which is primarily public safety. Then secondarily, of course, our offender and staff safety. I have an obligation to ensure that those people are kept within our confines until they are appropriately designated the right to go home, whether it be for full-term release and or whether it be on probation or parole or some other form of supervision. I don't take that very lightly, but we do not make public policy. That public policy is driven by the individuals that are elected as in the executive branch or the legislative branch. And those folks in our judiciary are the ones that actually send the inmates to us. I have very, very limited authority to release an inmate. And that's under compassionate release, under very, very restrictive rules that makes it very hard to be able to release someone. Once again, I believe that if the individuals that still want to pursue getting some of these folks released, I ask that they move forward in identifying the appropriate people to address, and maybe they can address their grievance and maybe even work with them to come up with better solutions. However, right now I'm extraordinarily limited, and you have to understand that I've got to keep everyone safe. In spite of the fact that we all have to interact, inmates have to eat, I have an obligation under the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that says that I will house these inmates in safe and humane conditions. Now, there's a lot of room in terms of how that is defined, but I can assure you this, as a corrections professional that works with a group of dedicated corrections professional, we are not perfect, but we certainly do our best to do the best we can to keep everyone safe. And on occasion, if there is an issue, we address it, we identify it, and then we move forward. So let's move on to the next page, which talks about some of our definitions. You've heard words like quarantine and isolation. So let me talk about what quarantine is. That's if an individual has been around someone that's symptomatic or been exposed to someone that has been confirmed positive. Those that are in isolation are the inmates that are actually, and or staff that are confirmed positive. We need you to know that because there's always a difference, but just because we have a large group in quarantine doesn't mean that they have COVID-19. Moving forward, on our first wave, we spent a lot of time and effort on access to screening tools. We bought a lot of thermometers, and that was very challenging because if you recall, there were so many people trying to get a hold of thermometers. Literally, even Walmart, you couldn't find any thermometers. So we struggled, but we were able to acquire them with assistance from some of our state agencies. We also, in terms of access to personal protective equipment, PPEs, we also struggled in gathering that. So we just decided to make our own, whether it be masks, whether it be protective gear, you name it. We pretty much manufactured everything but the N95 mask. We also really monitored and focused on our employee positives, as it was very obvious if our inmates didn't have it, and through testing, we had most of our facilities COVID-free. We really needed to spend a lot of time and effort on testing our staff, and when they were positive, we immediately sent them home on administrative leave, and we kept them out, although we don't have reserve staff, so we were having to use our staff within the agency to fill in. So our people that worked in our primary central offices were backfilling in. We're the only agency that I can think of that when we have an issue, we don't call 911. We call one another, and we've already had depleted resources specifically as it relates to our staffing. But I'm going to use this as an opportunity to just say my staff are talented, they're hardworking, they're dedicated, and we literally had to force people to just stay at home until we can get them cleared. A lot of that type of activity is not commonly known, but I see it as an opportunity to share with you. We are really on top of what we're doing. I will also tell you that once COVID started, all agencies had to come up with a list of individuals that were essential and then a list of non-essential. Because of the nature of our job, we can never close down. We can't just close the doors. Every single staff member in the Department of Corrections was designated as essential. Our staff haven't been going on vacation. Our staff haven't been leaving. And just like many of the folks that work in hospitals and so on, we've been there the entire time, 24/7. Also, we started testing all of our inmates that were coming in from other jurisdictions. And then also we did our out-of-state offender testing. We had 99 inmates that were housed in private facilities down in Arizona. And then to make sure of what was going on down there, and we went down there and tested our own inmates. And we were happy that we did it. And we were able to detect that the vast majority of them had actually contacted or contracted COVID-19. After having that come up, we made a conscientious decision to bring our inmates home early. And as of middle of November, we've now brought back every single one of our inmates that were housed in private corrections in Arizona. And for those that were still positive, of course, we treated them as if they were our own. And so I'm just happy to say, on a good note, that for those that were interested in not having their loved ones sent out of state to private corrections, we've addressed that and we brought all these inmates home. So now, as it relates to our second wave on what has changed, we lifted our community restrictions. Also, we also don't understand that, and I think most people listening in would understand, that COVID fatigue has set in. And as more time went by and due to staff burnout, we recognize that many of them, because of them having been in contact with people in the community, for whatever reason, they were getting in greater contact as the numbers increased and the rate increased. Many more were coming back with COVID-related symptoms or having to go out on quarantine. And as a result, with that in and out and just the increase, our offender positives have gone up, and they've gone up very highly. But once again, we've given you the numbers as to what's going on. We've also addressed the deaths. We've also addressed anything and everything that's going on with our population. But I would ask that as you are listening to the plight and the pleas of those that have had questions and expressed concerns, I'm here to deal in facts. These are the facts as we know them today. I do sincerely appreciate the fact that so many people are concerned. I'm saying this very repetitively. I typically keep my private business to myself, but a couple of weeks ago, my father passed because he had contracted COVID, and then 5 days later, his wife passed. So this has also reached me and my family, and it's somewhat heartbreaking to hear people think that we don't take this seriously and we're out to hurt their loved ones. That's completely untrue, and I'm going to push back on that. I'm very, very proud of the fact that my staff do tremendous work, and they still have to deal with the issues that impact the lives of their families, just like the people that are wanting us to do the best for their families. So on a personal note, I'm going to avail myself to any questions and or comments. I'll take a few, but understand we're all in this together as humans, not as staff versus inmates. We're all in this together, and we're all fighting the good fight. And my medical staff, they have worked extraordinarily hard to make all of this work, and we're continuously evolving what we're doing. And so before there are any particular shots about people making about this agency, about what we're not doing, I want to just talk about the good work and the great work that we are doing. And comparatively speaking, no matter what metrics you want to use nationally with any of the correctional systems, I tell you what, I stand proudly. I stand proudly today, and I'll do it tomorrow because we're doing the best that we can. Thank you, Judge Hardesty. I'll turn this back open to you.
Thank you, Director Daniels. First, let me begin by extending to you and to your family on behalf of the entire commission our condolences. I know there are a great many, probably many on this commission who've had friends or family members impacted by COVID, and I'm very sad to learn of your loss, and please accept our condolences. I'd also like to thank you for taking the time, you and your staff, to assemble information for this discussion. I have a couple of items I'd like to address, and then we'll ask commission members if they have any questions. Are you able to break down the number of inmates who have tested positive and the number of inmates who are being quarantined by facility? And if those numbers aren't readily available or that presents some security concerns, I understand, but I would like to see if we can secure that information and maybe supplement your PowerPoint with that information, at least as it may exist as December 6, 7, 8 of this year.
Justice Hardesty, the answer is yes. We can provide that information, and we will update you.
Great, thank you. Then the next question I had is, when you have inmates who test positive, could you expand on the protocol that you folks use medically to care for them, isolate them, and then could you also do the same with respect to how you quarantine inmates who have been either exposed or symptomatic?
Justice Hardesty, I would be very happy to address your concerns. I'm going to turn this over to my medical director, Dr. Michael Manev. And in addition to that, I have my deputy director of operations here also. Now, the one thing though I will tell you, if there's anything that reaches over into the security aspect, I will send it to you later, but I won't make that public. But we can certainly address the questions that you just presented. Dr. Manev?
Thank you.
Hello, Justice Hardesty. This is Michael Minev, Medical Director, NDOC, for the record. For inmates that test positive at our facilities, we, as of November 23rd, I sent out a directive to all of our staff throughout the entire NDOC that have any close contact with inmates to be wearing N95 masks. And also just recently also to include full protective gowns, gloves, face shields if available. Individual inmates that test positive are immediately evaluated by a medical provider at one of our facilities. They're isolated from the other inmates. Their cellmates or any contacts are quarantined and tested. They're also evaluated for any symptoms. And what we've been trying to do to the best of our ability is to separate each of our facilities into an isolation unit, a quarantine unit, and a non-exposed unit in accordance with CDC guidelines to prevent any individuals that are positive or possibly infective to infect other individual inmates that are not infected. So the quarantine protocol is similar to the isolation. Again, the individuals are evaluated by medical personnel at our facilities for any type of symptoms. And as with isolated inmates, they are evaluated again by nursing staff and medical staff. Individuals that are very symptomatic or have are clinically deteriorating or have difficulty breathing or are not doing well, or of course brought to a higher level of care, whether they call 911 or transported to the hospital. That is something that happens. But again, what we're trying to do is to make sure that we have 3 isolated cohorts at each facility: an isolation cohort, quarantine cohort, as well as a non-exposed cohort, in an effort to control the transmission of COVID-19 between those individuals that are positive or those individuals that are pending testing.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you being here and participating. One follow-up. There was a question by a caller today, and I think it surfaced before. Could you explain the prison's approach, NDOC's approach to COVID testing? What is is that testing protocol the same that is used on the general public?
As of the end of November, we have recently acquired a Quest contract to procure all of our COVID-19 testing for all of our inmates and staff. That contract is active until the end of December. That allows us to essentially perform unlimited testing on our inmates and staff. As of December 8th, I sent out a directive to our entire our NDOC agency to have weekly testing performed on all inmates and staff. Those are PCR tests, they're nasal swabs, they're the most accurate test. Right now, we also have access to the Binax Now, which is an antigen antibody test, which provides a quicker result. The Quest diagnostic tests right now are processed in 48 to 72 hours, which is a lot quicker than the state lab. Obviously, the state lab is very inundated with testing throughout the state, so their testing their testing turnover time for results was approximately 7 to 14 days. Right now with Quest, again, we have 48 to 72 hours. The Binax Now tests are operational at some of our facilities. There is certain licensure requirements that we need before we can use those tests. Actually, Director was tested with the Binax Now test yesterday. We are in the process of validating that test. The validation of that test requires that we not only take the Binax Now test, which is a swab test, it's a rapid test, and then concurrently do a PCR test with it so that we can verify the validity of the test. We're currently in the process of doing that. We will feel most comfortable with using the Binax Now test once we've validated 200 tests statewide. And we have been in active discussions with the Department of Public Health in procuring sufficient numbers of Binax Now tests, which can be used in certain situations to clear staff, particularly because it is unfortunately not as accurate of a test as the PCR test offered by Quest Diagnostics. but it offers the ability to get a test result within 15 minutes.
Great, thank you. And then as part of the testing issue, I believe my memory is the director provided us with some numbers about the percentage of inmates who had been tested at our last meeting. It was a pretty sizable percentage. Do you have those numbers currently, or can you supply those as to the percentage of inmates that have undergone testing?
I can say with certainty that we've had our entire inmate population tested at least within the last 90 days. I would have to look and get you the exact numbers for each facility of when everyone has been tested. We are, again, as of this week, we are testing all inmates on a weekly basis.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Let me extend an opportunity to other commission members to pose any questions they may have. I'm going to just go through the list since we're kind of on the screen and it'd be chaotic otherwise. So if I could begin by just asking Ms. Gonzalez to read the name of the commissioner. And if you have some questions or comments, make them, and then we'll move on to the next commissioner.
Mr. Arascata,
No questions.
Ms. Brady, Chairman DeRico.
No questions.
Sorry, Ms. Brady, did you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Chairman DeRico,
No questions.
Judge Freeman.
I had a housing question very, very briefly. Do you house COVID positive folks that are dangerous offenders with a kind of a dangerous offenders COVID area and a minimum security risk COVID area, or are the people that are testing positive for COVID intermixed?
Good morning, Commission. Deputy Director Brian Williams, for the record. I'll comment on that. I've been in close contact with our facilities. We basically house inmates based on their classification. So if they're a dangerous offender, they're normally housed with another dangerous offender. We don't enter. That's been our toughest challenge with most of our facilities. We have minimum, medium, and maximum custody inmates, and we're keeping them separate. But as far as for your question, no, we do not house a violent offender with a low risk offender.
Thank you.
Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. I have just one question. I was looking at the playbook that's been released about the release of the vaccine, and according to the publication I have, is the first tier includes correctional employees, and then within the second tier includes vaccine distribution to Nevada Department of Correction inmates. I noticed that is actually ahead of people in tier 3, who include transitional housing for released offenders, for homeless individuals, for people with underlying health conditions that are at increased risk for severe illness. And so I'm curious, Director Daniels, if you have been given any kind of idea of when that vaccine may be administered or provided to, one, your employees, and then two, inmates that are in your facilities.
Thank you for your question. This is Director Daniels. I'm going to turn this response over to Medical Director Michael Menev. Dr. Menev.
Yes, thank you for your question. I've been in constant communication with Dr. Eisen Azam, the Chief Medical Officer for the state of Nevada. Our last discussion, he mentioned to me that the tentative date for the vaccine rollout in the state of Nevada was December 17th. That has been changing lately, but that was the last date that he was given. I actually spoke to him right before this meeting in regards to a petition to make the vaccine available to our vulnerable inmates. I am particularly concerned about the inmates at NNCC, which have many of the inmates which have obviously chronic conditions and would make them extremely vulnerable to the virus. He was actually actively in a meeting and was taking some of the data that we had provided him, that some of which has been provided at this meeting. And I believe that he is in discussions in terms of petitioning for our inmates, at least our vulnerable inmates. I would think it would be very advantageous if they did receive the COVID-19 vaccine. So it's something that's in discussion, and he said that he would update me with any changes in the tier in regards to our inmates receiving the vaccine.
Mr. Hicks, for the record, Deputy Director Brian Williams. We've also been in contact with P&P and the parole board as it relates to inmates that are being released. Any inmate who shows signs of COVID or had a recent positive test of COVID, of stopping their parole. So we did develop a procedure with P&P to present to the parole board if an inmate shows signs or symptoms, as well as testing positive, to stop that parole before entering the community. Temporarily.
Any further follow-up, Mr. Hicks?
No, I thank you. And I know how difficult the work is that you are all trying to do and manage. And so I applaud your efforts.
I'd like to follow up on Mr. Hicks' question, if we could, Doctor. Will the administration of the vaccine be voluntary or mandatory? That is to say, can a staff member decline, or can an inmate decline when offered?
At this time, to my knowledge, we are not able to mandate the vaccine for NDOC staff or inmates.
Okay, and to do so with respect to staff, what would be required? Is that an employee negotiation issue? Is that a statutory issue, an HR issue, if you know?
Hi, Justice Hardesty. With permission, this is Randall Gilmer, who serves as General Counsel for NDOC. Although this is a little bit outside my lane because our personnel division in the Attorney General's office knows that better. But my understanding from speaking to the personnel division on this issue is that there's several issues. One is which is a statutory issue, some of which may be able to be addressed through the NAC and employee regulations outside of our realm. As well as obviously with the collective bargaining issues going on, that might be an issue that will be addressed there. But yes, I believe that this is a legislative statutory fix or administrative fix and not something that we can do short of seeking court orders perhaps and having the courts step in, which obviously is something we may be able to do as necessary. So I think that is the best I can answer that question, but obviously to the extent you have follow-up questions on that, we will be happy to provide additional information as we can.
Good morning, Justice Hardesty. This is Christina Leathers, Chief of Human Resources. When we sent out communications about the vaccination being available to staff, we did get some employees that were willing to quit if they were forced to take the vaccination. And so we're definitely treading lightly on this topic to ensure that we have the support from state HR if we need to mandate. Thank you.
Thank you both for the follow-up and the response. I asked the question because I anticipated that there are challenges for the department, and just because a vaccine's available doesn't mean that it will be able to be administered to everyone, and it presents a whole set of additional complications that I think the executive branch and the legislative branch are going to have to take a look at as appropriate. But it's going to be a whole new round of issues or problems. And I'm not taking a position one way or another. I just wanted to put that on the record that is a ongoing problem that we'll face as the vaccine unrolls or unfolds. Victoria, the next commission member.
Mr. Imlay?
I'm not going to make any comments. I was just called out on a fire alarm evacuation, so I've been gone for just a few minutes, so I apologize for that, but no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Imlay. You be safe. I worry about you. Are you okay?
Yeah, we just had 200 people outside the building standing. Entire building was evacuated, law library, everything. So everybody's safe, no problem. So thank you.
Well, we'll bring you up to date. If you want to call me after the meeting, happy to bring you up to date on what you may have missed.
Thank you.
Justice Hardesty, this is Director Daniels. I did want to follow up on a previous question regarding the legality.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Counsel, Randy Gilmer.
Justice Hardesty, I apologize. I realized you asked two questions, both of it regarding inmates as well as employees, and I did my best to answer the employee question, but didn't address the inmate question. We have, with the people here at NDOC who are responsible for drafting bill draft requests, and as you suggested, it is probably going to be a legislative fix to a certain extent necessary. We have been in discussions about drafting a bill request, and I believe one has been submitted pertaining to changing the statute that currently requires NDOC to test for tuberculosis. And so we would have some language in that particular statute to the extent that we can get that through the legislature. So that is something that they are trying to, NDOC is working with the legislative bodies to try to get a legislative fix, or at least a consideration of. So I apologize for not giving you the inmate portion of that answer the first time. Thank you for that.
Don't worry, Randall. Thank you very much for your involvement and your information. Okay.
Sheriff Logan.
Yes, good morning. For Director Daniels and his staff, I understand that with your staffing issues, communications, access, and ability for inmates, are we doing things to expand and help for those folks to get the information out to, because a lack of information and sometimes false information that creates a lot of the comments driven that type of stuff happens, or what steps are you taking to try to get that communication back in line with the folks back home?
Thank you very much for your question. I'm going to turn this over to my Deputy Director of Prison Industries, Bill Cuenga, who is also serving as our Public Information Officer. Deputy Director Cuenga.
Good morning, it's Deputy Director Cuenga. Mr. Lower, could you please repeat your question? It kind of broke up, you kind of phased out. I couldn't hear the whole question.
Basic question is, are you taking extra steps to try to restore communications between inmates and their families, friends, or people outside of the facility in order to try to assuage some of these fears?
For the record, Bill Cuenga, Deputy Director, Department of Corrections. Yes, I've been in communication with a couple of the advocacy groups. One instantly just came up is the Nevada Advocates for Incarcerated Persons, which they communicate with me to come out. They're going to hit our, come out and see our facilities. They're looking at releasing balloons to show support of the offenders that are in there and their loved ones to show support. So I've been talking with them, also with the news media, going through Facebook. We're answering some of the requests on there. Some of them we can't answer because of security issues, but I am reaching out to some of these family members or calling me directly, and then I direct them to any website that we can provide as far as COVID information, our website, our portals. We update our protocols on all COVIDs and any other information we can supply through our website and assist them in any other way I could.
Anything further, Sheriff, you want to comment or ask about?
No, thank you.
Okay. Next.
Mr. Marsh.
Yes, good morning. I appreciate Director Daniels making the presentation and making his staff available this morning. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Mr. McCormick.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Mull. Dr. Neighbors.
I don't have any questions. I believe all the questions I had have been answered, and thank you all for that.
Chief Lawson.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Director Cafarata.
Unmuted. I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Dr. Lanterman.
Yes, good morning, Director Daniels and staff. I appreciate the update on Department of Corrections procedures and data. I do have a question regarding vulnerable populations related to an earlier comment. Are there any special regulations in place related to older inmates, given the National Institute of Corrections data on the national average of older inmates having 3 chronic illnesses and COVID risk related to age and pre-existing illness? So is there any new regulation related to older inmates, given sort of what we know about risk related to COVID?
Thank you for your question. I will have our medical director, Michael Manev, respond to your question.
This is Michael Manev, medical director for NDOC. Can I rephrase your question? Is that you're asking about whether our older inmates with multiple chronic conditions may be given certain considerations for?
Well, so earlier during the initial part of the initial presentation, there was a discussion about the groups that Department of Corrections is defining as vulnerable and testing or management that might have changed related to COVID. So my question is related to specifically older inmates, which of course is a growing issue in corrections, including Nevada Department of Corrections. They are by definition nationally a vulnerable group generally because of the prevalence of chronic conditions. And so particularly with respect to COVID, age and pre-existing illness are risk factors for contracting illness and more severe illness. And so my question is related to how, if at all, Department of Corrections is managing the older population generally. Is there a focus on just older inmates who also have diagnosed chronic conditions? So how is Department of Corrections responding to the older inmate population?
The NDOC medical under my direction is treating all inmates as vulnerable. Obviously, those individuals that fall into the age group you discussed with the multiple chronic conditions are more vulnerable to complications from COVID-19. One of the things that we've been doing, in relation to our vulnerable inmates, our most vulnerable inmates are at NNCC currently. I've been in constant discussions with Dr. Zam, and just this morning before this meeting, trying to petition to get at least the COVID-19 vaccine for those inmates. Obviously, if we could get them for all inmates, it would be advantageous, but particularly with our vulnerable population at NNCC. Another idea that I've floated with not only our staff here, but also with Dr. Zam is to limit the spread of COVID-19 to populations within our facilities that are vulnerable, such as NNCC. So for instance, individuals that have tested positive for COVID-19 and have cleared infection according to CDC, if they've completed a 10-day isolation and have not been hospitalized and are asymptomatic, they can be considered to have cleared COVID-19 infection. The literature shows that those individuals are at a lower risk of reinfection for at least 90 days after they have tested positive for COVID-19 and, of course, after they've cleared the infection. So one of the strategies that I have instituted actually just within the last couple of days is to try to obviously, we're closely monitoring all of our staff and inmates for the infection more closely as everything evolves. One of the strategies that I want to try to institute here, and we actually are actively instituting at this time is to strategically place officers or NDOC staff that have cleared the infection in facilities where inmates have not been infected or there are vulnerable inmates. So that would basically, that strategy would limit the possibility of those individuals transmitting the infection either to our vulnerable inmates, who I consider actually all inmates, or particularly our most vulnerable inmates at NNCC.
Okay, so are there specific, are there different regulations related to like inmate movement or what they are permitted to do or not do, say at NNCC, given the proportion of disproportionately at-risk population relative to what inmates are permitted to do at other institutions? So are there additional strategies in place at NNCC with that population? Or is it simply, hey, we're essentially managing inmates in the same way in every institution, but we are trying to maybe now strategically place inmates who have cleared, staff who have cleared infection at institutions that hold a disproportionately high percentage of those at-risk inmates like NNCC. So is that, I think sort of the Reader's Digest version of my question is, are the regulations related to this specific vulnerable population, older inmates with chronic illness, are those regulations centered around staff, or are they centered around the movement or restriction related to inmates, or both?
You're How you doing? It's Deputy Director Williams here for the record of operations. All our facilities have procedures in place as it relates to COVID as far as the movement of inmates.
Mm-hmm.
So if a certain unit was to have positive inmates test positive for COVID-19, that unit would normally be quarantined and restricted from other inmates. We've also taken measures to where we try to spread our inmates out in various groups. So for example, we have culinary workers. They normally come from the same housing. If we try to spread them out, of course, we have the outbreak in one unit, we can still have workers to be able to go and perform in the culinary. So things like that we put in place to try to put ourselves in a position to still operate our facility and prevent them from spreading the COVID throughout the facility. So we do have mechanisms as far as movement and placement. And what was the other part of your question?
So more specifically, whether the attempts to mitigate the spread of illness are primarily focused on staff, primarily focused on inmates, or if there's an attempt to sort of balance that policy and those regulations to mitigate risk relative to staff and inmates. So sort of what is the philosophical approach to trying to manage disease?
This is Michael Minna for the record. Due to the nature of COVID-19 and our inability to really predict how it will, the manifestations of the infection in each individual, even healthy individuals can quickly clinically deteriorate. Obviously, individuals that have multiple chronic conditions and are older are more susceptible. There are no specific CDC guidelines in terms of different care for individuals that have more multiple chronic conditions. One of the strategies we've been using, I was for NNCC, is to take individuals. So just this morning, I was speaking with the warden at NNCC, and those individuals inmates at NNCC that have cleared infection obviously have been healthy enough to get through the infection without multiple complications. We're diverting those inmates to Warm Springs, where we had a recent outbreak. So those individuals are being moved to basically being cohorted with other inmates that have previously been infected. That allows our staff, our medical staff at NNCC, more time to spend with the sicker inmates that are existing at NNCC. So that's one of the strategies that we're using right now, is to maximize the clinical effectiveness of our medical providers at NNCC to take care of the sickest inmates by diverting inmates that have cleared infection to other facilities where they may not need as much medical supervision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next commission member.
Senator Canizaro.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Vice Chair Callaway. Ms. Mull, are you here? Do you have any questions? Unless I missed anybody, I think that's it.
Okay. Then I have just one other question, Director, and we'll move on with the next agenda item. My memory of the last time we visited, the numbers that you were talking about were about 12,400, 12,200 inmates in the prison, and that was about, I think, 2 or 3 months ago. And today you're reporting 10,251 inmates. Do you know, or do you have an understanding as to why the numbers have dropped, if my memory is correct, by almost 2,000 inmates?
Thank you, Justice Hardesty. I haven't done the forensics as to why. I suspect that on the front end, on the enforcement end, and then the adjudication end, that has subsided somewhat, which then has an impact on us. So as more inmates are releasing, fewer are coming in, and that would have a direct impact on our inmate population, amongst other things.
So I wanted to bring this issue, also put this issue out there for the benefit of the commission. It's my understanding that there are large numbers of unresolved criminal cases because district courts are unable, principally in Clark and maybe to a little lesser degree in Washoe, to conduct trials or to complete those cases. The Supreme Court is reaching out to the various courts to determine the extent and nature of those backlogs, because I think the entire criminal justice system, NDOC, PNP, the courts, maybe even the Supreme Court, are going to get a real shock when this current backlog and logjam, I'll characterize it as, breaks. And I think it influences some of the numbers that we're seeing. I also wanted to bring this up because I don't want anybody to think that the decline in the population of the prison is going to be some permanent relief. Probably the opposite is going to be true once many of the cases that are pending are finally resolved by plea or by trial. Okay, unless there are any questions or comments from commission members, we'll move on to the next agenda item. And Director Daniels, to you and your staff, thank you very much for being available and to participate in the discussion and address some of the questions and concerns that folks had. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Justice Hardesty. And I'd like to also thank the commission and all of the people that called in regarding public comment. We're all in this together, so I appreciate the time and effort to present what's legitimately going on. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to open agenda item number 5, a report by our executive director. Victoria, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Justice Hardesty. At this point, I will now give a report of the recent activities of our department. As again, I just want to say that I am elaborated to celebrate my first anniversary with this commission and the department. If this were a wedding anniversary, I would be, the gift would be paper. And luckily, we have enough money in our budget that I can buy some paper to help celebrate this first anniversary. Not only am I excited to share updates about our progress, but throughout the rest of this meeting, we get to show you so much of what we've been working on. And I've been really excited about that each meeting. But now as our team continues to grow and as our work product continues to expand, we just get to show you more and more. And I'm really excited to be able to have all this prepared for this commission today for this agenda. So here's my report just to get us started. I've prepared a 2-page handout for this commission. which I'm sharing. It's a PDF, looks like this. As I did previously, I've organized a summary of our recent activities based on our core functions. And so these are just bullet points of the highlights. As we've talked about, I make sure to share weekly updates with the chair about all of our activities. Here are some highlights you can see. One of the things we had to do with being a brand new department was we had to write our own policies and procedures. There were models that we could look at from other agencies, but we really wanted to make sure that the policies and procedures were specific to our department and met the needs of our department. And so Sherry and I started working on those back probably late winter, starting in February and March. We've been working on it since she came aboard. And so the process has been very a learning experience. One of the things that we are really excited to celebrate as we are approaching this year where Sherry joined us in my year is one of the things we had to do was write and submit our prohibitions and penalties. And so this is a list of certain acts and behaviors and what the penalties are for violating those within our department. What each agency needs to do is write those, and then they submit those to the Personnel Commission at HR. And I'm happy to report that we recently, through a very long ongoing process and with the support of HR, our prohibitions and penalties just got approved at the most recent Personnel Commission. And so we're really excited to see just another thing checked off our list. As you know, we have been preparing for the onboarding of our new staff. That has kept us very busy. They've had no problem settling in with the department. And I can tell you that the growth we've already experienced in the last 3 weeks has been exponential, which I think is a credit to me and Sherry both for what we set up. And I will say we kind of prepped the soil. And so as we brought on our new team members, to see what we've been able to accomplish in the last 3 weeks is invigorating. And I'm really proud of our team. Moving on to the budget core function. We continue to learn how to monitor our budget. It is a mandate for, in my position, to monitor and keep track of our budget. We do have the support of the Department of Public Safety, which we appreciate. One of the most recent things that developed, along with the ongoing reductions we've had to face since basically our inception, was a recent request for 12% budget reductions. Recently, the Economic Forum met, and my understanding from the Governor's Finance Office is after they review the results and the outcomes from those updates, we will have a more concrete expectation of our reductions. At this point, the reductions are considered confidential about what that may look like, but I'm optimistic that we won't have to come up with the full 12%, but we'll have to see. We are a team player when it comes to Nevada. I have communicated to the Governor's Office that I care very much about this state, and I know the rest of my department does, and we will do our part. And as much as we can, we will see what we can to avoid any more cuts so we can continue to grow. And I will keep this commission updated and the chair updated about the status of those reductions. Last in our budget is an update on the subaward, which is actually later on in our agenda. But we are learning how to invoice. We learned so much about applying for a grant, receiving a grant, getting a work program approved at IFC. And so I'll share more details about that, but that's been our main activity in the budget core function. In the commission core function, what's kept us the busiest for the last month since we met was working on these minutes, working on the minutes from the previous meeting, which we handle internally because we do not have the budget to have that sent out. So that keeps us busy. We've been preparing for this meeting, and you can see the materials are a great example of what we've been working on. And then we've been working on trying to fill these vacancies. We've had some interesting turnover over the last year. I think just the way things go and promotions and people moving on. And so I'm happy to report we're down to one vacancy. As Justice Hardesty mentioned at the top of the meeting, we have welcomed 2 more members, and then actually 3 members, including Director Cafferata, who's statutorily required to be a member of this commission, which we really appreciate your participation. And so we only have 1 more left, and that is the vacancy that was previously held by a member of the ACLU. And so we're continuing to work with the Governor's Office to get that filled. Next is our AB 236 core function. This includes us meeting with the agencies, which you'll hear more about in our next agenda item, as we continue to work on figuring out how to collect that data and how to bring it to this commission so this commission can work on making those data-driven policy recommendations. I was invited by the Department of Corrections to make a presentation to their staff, both up north and down south, as far as giving them some information and the policy behind AB 236. I want to thank the department for that invitation. I continue to appreciate my collaboration with the agencies, and knowing that they felt they could reach out and ask me to do that, I really appreciate it. And I continue to get to meet new staff at the Department of Corrections, and I'm very grateful for the work they do and the opportunity to go meet more of their staff and see what they do. Lastly, under the AB 236 core function is the Nevada Local Justice Reinvestment Coordinating Council. As I mentioned previously, we are working on preparation for that. Laura, our staff attorney, will be the lead on that. And so now that she's here, we'll be able to get a lot more of that moving. The next steps for that are soliciting appointments from the counties. As I previously have reported, I made a presentation to the Nevada Association of Counties inviting those appointments. We would like to have appointments by July 1. The next steps that I would like Laura and I to take is to introduce ourselves individually to each county board and start providing more information about what we're looking for the council, and be prepared to provide any support we can when soliciting those appointments. Under reports, as you can see, we've been very busy with this core function. There are 4 deliverables that are required by this commission. As we know, one was submitted in August, the projected amount of costs avoided. Most recently, we submitted on behalf of the commission the statement of costs avoided, which was due December 1st. The next 2 deliverables are what is a comprehensive report that is due in January. And then what we are referring to is the AB 236 report that is due in February. And you will receive more information about that and our status and our recommendations for those reports later on in the meeting. With our legislative core function, we continue to monitor different interim committees and activities. One of the things that we were keeping track of was the activities of the Advisory Commission on the Administration of Justice, as specifically they were discussing and working through recommendations for changes to AB 236. I submitted a couple of items that we talked about in our previous meeting that we talked about recommendations for technical corrections, and I submitted that as public comment. We will discuss that again further in our meeting, but I've also included that as part of your meeting materials, that public comment that I submitted on behalf of the recommendations that we discussed. Next, for the legislative core function is we need to learn how to track BDRs and bills on behalf of this commission and our department. There's a couple of things we'll be looking for. After our last meeting, I did mention this as something that's on our to-do list, and I appreciate, again, staff members from NDOC, without being asked, offered their support and showed us what they do, and I really appreciate that. I continue to promote collaboration between the agencies, and I really appreciate all the help that we're getting, and hope we can always return the favor. And then we'll be figuring out how, especially with, I guess, seeing how the session is handled in terms of how closed it's going to be. We'll be learning how to monitor meetings and offer support in those ways. And then, of course, being prepared to make presentations regarding our budget. The last core function is outreach. We've revised our procedure a little bit for tracking the phone calls we get, the emails we get, and the mail we get. Now that we have more staff, we continue to collaborate and brainstorm about what's the best way to respond to these. It's important for us to track the data. So you can see here, we're figuring out best practices for tracking that internally and continuing to evolve with those. As you can see, I've got some information here to present. And then in the outreach core function, while I was down south to make that presentation to the staff of NDOC, I had the incredible opportunity to tour facilities in Southern Nevada. And I wanted to thank again staff of NDOC for providing that opportunity. For those of you that have been to facilities, it's really important to see what each of these look like. They are so different one from the other. We went to high desert, I believe Southern Desert, and they're right next to each other. And they're very different for various reasons, obviously, as far as security, but just what issues they face. And being able to see the facilities in a pandemic was also very enlightening, so that I'm excited to go next. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to see the facilities after the pandemic has passed and compare my experiences of what I've been able to observe. And I'm very impressed with the work of the wardens down there. I had that opportunity to meet with them. And And I invite, and they've invited us before, and I recommend to anybody else who hasn't toured a facility to take that opportunity. And so I'm looking forward to seeing, to be able to, especially when the pandemic passes, to visit other facilities, not just once, but hopefully on a regular basis, and be able to get to know what's happening and what it is that the department faces on that level. So last, here's just a summary of some of the, this is part of the outreach function, just some what we've received in the last month since we last met. Here are the letters we received. This is the various facilities that they came from. I'd say it just varies depending on, I think, who's communicating and who's passing on information. You can see here generally about half of the letters we received have individual requests asking the commission to offer assistance. We remind them that we do not offer legal representation or advice, but they are welcome to ask questions about the commission. And you can see here that 4 of the letters we received did ask very specific questions about the most recent meeting. They want to stay up to date about what this commission is talking about. So we are happy to share, we share agendas, and if we can, if we have the ability, we'll share minutes and any sort of summaries about what was discussed. Here are the trends of the letters we've been receiving. You can see it slowed down in the last couple of months. I'll continue to keep you updated on this so we can keep track of what sort of communication we're getting from the public and what sort of peak times we can see. During the summers when we were talking a lot about when we had those meetings regarding the COVID crisis at some of the facilities. I don't know if that's necessarily why it slowed down. I think members of the public are also learning about what we can and can't do. But it's interesting to watch these trends, and I'll continue to keep this commission updated. These are individuals. So what we've started is when individuals either call or write to the commission, we make sure to ask if this is something, if this is information that they would like shared with the commission specifically. If they do not specifically request in their letter that their name be shared with the commission, we do not share it. Last time you can recall, we had a summary of about a page of the various names that asked to be shared with the commission. I'm just sharing with you that these individuals wrote to us. We can supply these letters upon request from the commission because I want to make sure we protect any sort of information that would be personally identifying. So with that, I just wanted, as I'm reflecting on the past year, you know, it's and I think there's been some observations about how the year went for individuals. And one thing I'm noticing, especially on social media and in different conversations, is I see that people are posting information about they've lost time during pandemic, or they were on a pause during pandemic. And I just want to reassure you, and for our own just celebration, we did not lose time. We did not pause. We never relented. And what did we do during pandemic? We built a department. And I couldn't be more thankful for 2020. And then I just get excited about, you know, whatever comes next. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about my report from the commission.
And I would just add to her report, as you know, throughout the whole year, Victoria has provided a weekly report to me, and we have engaged weekly on the commission's activities and the department's activities. If she doesn't get it to me by Friday, she even takes the time to do it on Sunday. So we share church together, I guess.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions from commission members of the director's report? All right, seeing none, let's open item number 6. At the October 28 meeting, Director Gonzalez provided an update on the collection of data that is required to be submitted to the commission by the department or by the various agencies. The department continues to work with them, of course. And since AB 236 went into effect on July 1, this is the first round of collection data to establish a baseline. So Director, if you'd like to proceed, and we have a agenda distribution that shows data outcomes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me share this. All right, so I wanted to provide a roadmap of my presentation today. First, I will review the assessment that I presented to the commission at our last meeting. The assessment is comprised of 3 phases. Then I will present the outcomes from the first phase. And the focus of today's presentation will be regarding phase 2 of the assessment that I designed. I will review what was requested of the agencies. Then I will present the outcomes of phase 2, which is a summary and evaluation of what the agencies reported. I will present the outcomes of each agency, stopping for questions before moving on to the next agency. Representatives from most agencies are in attendance and will be available to answer questions as well. I will conclude with explaining the next steps for this commission and request guidance and regarding our recommendations concerning the data. Along with your materials, I included a copy of the statute, which is NRS 176-01343. I've highlighted it to note, to help guide through to highlight certain benchmarks in the statute so we can all go through that together. And I can pull that up on my screen if we want to review that together. So the assessment I designed, was after I started receiving data. I designed an assessment to measure our progress. As I explained, what's really important is we need to step back and figure out where do we want to go, where are we, and then how do we get there? And sometimes we need to spend time, more time in one phase than another. And I want to emphasize that these phases are not linear. Sometimes we have to go back, and it may be clarifying where do we want to go. It may be going back to phase 2 and we need to look again and say, where are we? And then the ongoing, one of the ongoing practices in an assessment is we assess and then reassess. We assess and reassess. And that's how you know the assessment is working. So going back to phase 1, I wanted to, which is where do we want to go? And I wanted to provide the outcomes of phase 1 before I go into what the outcomes are for phase 2. The outcomes in phase 1 answer that question of where do we want to go? I have identified 2 specific answers to that question. First, we need to track and assess the outcomes from the enactment of AB 236. We know that. Broadly, we know we want to track and assess these outcomes. But before we can start tracking, we need to establish a baseline that we are going to use for future comparisons. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to refer to this as the AB 236 baseline. Our first outcome of where we want to go is we need to create a baseline of what happened, what our data looked like before AB 236 went into effect. To create this baseline, we are going to collect as much data as possible. Related, we also decided it might be worth trying to establish a historical baseline as well. For the purposes of this presentation, I'll refer to this as the historical baseline. There is a second outcome in phase 1 of where we want to go. And I articulate this as the ability of the agencies to collect, track, and report the data required by AB 236, or in other words, our goals for improving the criminal justice data collection and sharing in Nevada. Excuse me. This means the other outcome where we want to go is an evaluation of the criminal justice data sharing, collection and sharing. So it's not just the actual data we collect, it's also how can we improve what we're doing with data collection. As we move to phase 2, the outcomes of phase 2 will be categorized into one of these outcomes from phase 1. Either the outcome will be that we have data that we use to create one of the baselines, or the outcome will be that we're using that to identify areas of opportunity for improving the criminal justice data collection and sharing. As I mentioned, I included a PDF of NRS 176-01343. I mentioned I had highlighted some parts of the section. I highlighted paragraphs in yellow to help us navigate those data measures that broadly that are required. I've highlighted agencies in blue, and I've just highlighted some of the general articulation of the measures in orange. The data required by NRS 176-01343 is to be used by this commission to track and assess the outcomes from the enactment of AB 236. The AB 236, to create the AB 236 outline, we asked the agencies to provide as much data as they could, as required by the statute. In creating the historical baseline, we asked for the previous 5 years through June 30, 2020. The data was due to our department by October 1. Each agency fully cooperated and reported what they could by the October 1 deadline. Throughout this process, we met with the agencies on a regular basis in preparation for the data being reported. After the data was submitted, we continued to meet with each agency. And after we met with them and in preparation of this meeting, we met again to continue to collaborate and review what we are assessing, what we need, and what the agencies are able to do. The data from each agency is organized in this manner, and I will continue to organize the data like this in future reports to this commission. I intend to compare how many data measures are required by each agency, how many data measures are tracked by each agency, and how many data measures were actually reported to our department. This is important because there are data pieces that the agencies are able to collect. It's just that maybe they've never been asked to actually supply those to somebody outside, never been asked to share. And that would be an area where we could look at how can we improve sharing and reporting. But that doesn't mean the agencies don't have the information. I will also inform you how much data we have to establish the baseline, the historical baseline. I will identify areas of opportunity. These may be areas of improvement of where we predict challenges. Challenges mean opportunities for us to learn about criminal justice information sharing and how we can improve. If available, I will present to this commission samples of the data that was reported and models of what we intend to do with the data in the future. I would also like to know, in response to the data we received from the agencies and upon reflection of the staffing limitations of our department, we very recently created templates for the agencies to complete. This was after data was already submitted to our department. These templates are based on statutory requirements, incorporate data indicators provided by the agencies, and also offer suggestions. If the templates are approved by this commission, it is our intent to use these templates in the future to request data from the agencies. The templates will promote consistency by being easy to read and easy to assess where there may be gaps in the criminal justice information sharing. Because we are in the process of developing our procedure for collecting data, there may be differences in the numbers you see today and the numbers included in the final report. This is because some data measures are live. This means they are automatically updated each time the new information is added to the database. After presenting the outcomes of each agency, I will pause to answer questions from the commission. Again, we have representatives from most of the agencies available to answer questions as well. So let's start with the Department of Corrections. Consistent with the organization of the statute, we have organized the data required into one of three categories. And so if you were to look at that copy of the statute that were provided, those would be in orange. So if you look at paragraph A, which is NDOC, those three orange areas are the three bigger categories that we refer to. These could also be referred to as caseload types. They are admissions, releases, and total population. There are specifics of the data required within those, but those are the big categories. We have identified that NDOC is responsible for providing over 300 measures, and you can see the breakdown of those measures are across the three categories. The count for these measures is based on the template we created. We simply counted the empty fields in the template to determine how many measures are expected. We only recently designed this template, and we are still in the process of finalizing the templates with the agencies and pursuant to the approval of this input and approval from this commission. So these numbers or organization may change slightly as far as the total measures we expect. Our hope is that we will get all finalized during our first year of collecting data. So the number of total measures we expect does not change and the template will remain the same. That way, every year the agency knows exactly that they'll be sending this template to our department. We'll know how to analyze it. And this commission will get used to reading and analyzing that template as well. In your meeting materials, I included a copy of the template that we designed to collect and track measures specifically for NDOC. NDOC has already given us feedback on this template. We've only had one meeting regarding this template. And they're going to continue to provide, we are going to continue to provide the template to NDOC after this meeting to complete and submit to us in the first week of January. That's our plan. After we get the completed template, we can provide actual numbers for the data required, tracked, and report as far as those totals. We'll be able to provide totals of how much is being tracked, how much is being reported, and reported means to our department, and then how much is required in comparison to how much is required. NDOC has indicated, in terms of that historical baseline I talked about, NDOC has indicated they will be able to submit 5 years worth of data. They are in the process right now of cleaning that and aggregating it in a way that can be reported to us. Due to the pandemic and related budgetary issues, NDOC only recently hired the staff support needed to aggregate, prepare, and report the data required by AB 236. And so I appreciate the report they were able to supply to us. But they have promised they're working on this 5-year baseline, and they've already given us some ideas of what that's going to look like. Also, I will know that the preliminary report they sent us, that's what I said, these positions were vacant. Okay, so on the next several slides, I wanted to share with this commission samples of the data that was reported from NDOC. As you can see, NDOC was able to report a substantial amount of the data that is required by AB 236. The data we collect right now is being used for the AB 236 baseline. We are gathering data in the future so that in the future we'll be able to track and assess the outcomes of AB 236 in a meaningful way. Next year, we will fill in the data that is being reported, identify trends that we see, or this commission will identify trends that you see in the data, and then begin evaluating and make meaningful data-driven recommendations for policies. I remind the commission that these numbers may change slightly after we receive the completed data template, but this slide gives the commission an idea of how the data will be compared in the future. So you can see I have a field here where next year we would see what the numbers that are submitted, and we can make some comparisons to the baseline we're creating right now. This data also informs us how NDOC tracks and collects. We use this report to design our template and create categories of data that are aligned with NDOC while still compliant with the statutory requirements. I will also note that in the future, we will add total lines to the bottom of these tables or tables like this, so that again, the commission can make some comparisons of what each of these categories represent, but also how that relates to a total of the data being reported. So this data related to the released and returned is from the 2016 cohort. Next year, we will receive data about the 2017 cohort. One of the things we'll have to consider when we get that data, and in light of the templates that are completed by NDOC, is how we would like to compare these two cohorts. And that will be something we bring to the commission and solicit ideas. And so these are just more samples of that cohort of the data that was shared. These are included in your materials. I share this to show that what NDOC did to clean up their data and organize it, and what they were able to report to us. And I put down here on the bottom of this slide so that you could see what the number is for what the overdue list is. The time the data was reported was 341. We're still looking at any additional information we want to collect regarding that, working with NDOC and NPP on that. One of the things that we wanted to discuss, and we'll discuss with some of the recommendations that we have as far as technical corrections to AB 236, is clarifying aspects of the statutory language. Specifically, statutory language requires prior criminal history. This is not defined for the purposes of data collection and reporting. In consulting with NDOC, we recommend that this be measured by the number of prior convictions ranging from 0 to 5+, which is how NDOC tracks this information. We recommend the prior criminal history also be measured by a type of prior convictions by offense type. These measures are consistent with data currently being collected by NDOC. Again, this will be up to the commission to advise on how you would like to see this information collected, but we also have to take into consideration the data collection and reporting abilities of NDOC. Another recommendation that we're going to discuss would be to clarify Additionally, sexual orientation and other related measures are collected by NDOC pursuant to the requirement by PREA. That's the Prison Rape Elimination Act. Our department, on behalf of the commission, will need to enter into a data sharing agreement to collect these measures, because that information is considered confidential, but that information is being collected by NDOC. With approval of this commission, we'd be happy to move forward with both approaches to include in our template and collection of data. Regarding the data sharing agreement, if the commission has anything to add regarding how this data will support the findings of the commission, I would include that in the data sharing agreement. These stated purposes and specifications will help to ensure that when NDOC provides this data related to sexual orientation, it'll be within the scope of a specific purpose. We're also going to talk about that as far as potential recommendations to AB 236, as far as clarifying what this commission expects and what is in the statute. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I have some staff here, or there are staff from NDOC here to assist as well. I believe we have Georgia Powers here to assist and her support staff. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding just the NDOC data, templates, and the outcomes I presented.
Dr. Latterman.
Yes, this is Jennifer Lanchman for the record. So I have two questions related to admissions relative to offense category. So the first is, am I correct in assuming that offense category data represent the most serious offense of conviction for each person?
I believe that is correct. Is there anybody from NDOC, Georgia, that you'd like to comment on that? Chief Powers? I think that's correct.
I think so.
Yeah. Oh, we can. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. That is correct. What the plan would be the most serious offense and category for the current booking. So while they may have discharged or paroled off of one of the sentences in that booking number, we are still going to give information on the whole booking number and the most serious.
Okay. So then the follow-up question to that is, how do you rank the relative severity of drug and property offenses? So for example, if you have a person who's sentenced to Department of Corrections custody for both a drug conviction and a property conviction, then how would you determine that admission is a drug admission or a property offense admission?
We would choose the highest category offense. So whatever the highest category of felony would be, that is the one we would choose.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the director at this point?
I have a couple questions. Justice Hardesty.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on what Dr. Latterman, I hope I said your name right, just asked. So what if the categories are the same? So for example, someone comes in for a category C drug charge and someone comes in for a category C property offense.
Then the answer would be the severity of the crime. We have from low to highest severity. So if the severities differed, then we would choose the highest severity for the same category. And if those, for whatever reason, were exactly the same, we would choose the controlling sentence, which would be the longer sentence.
Okay. And then I had a couple other questions. One of the categories or data measures is type of admission, and I wasn't sure what that was.
Okay, for us, that is our imprisonment status. It depends on how they came into prison. Did they come in as a new commit who has never had a felony before? Are they coming as a parole violator with new charges? And whether they're a safekeeper, but it's their imprisonment status.
I will add to that within the statute. At the bottom, there is a definition under subsection 2, paragraph B. Type of admission means the manner in which a person entered into the custody of the Department of Corrections, according to the internal definitions used by the Department of Corrections. So that echoes what Chief Powers just stated, and that would be something that we would make sure to include in the report. As that definition is determinative of what is the department reported to us. So if that were to ever change in the future, we would start with the statute and then add whatever supporting documentation we have from the department.
Great. Just a couple other questions. So on offense type, I see that it's been broken down into 6 categories: drug, DUI, property, sex, violence, other. I guess what I'm wondering is those are rather broad categories. First of all, well, I'll get to the next question in a second, but for example, property offense could be anything from possession of someone's credit card without their consent to a residential burglary when perhaps the residents were home. One very serious crime versus one not so serious. And what I'm curious about is there an ability for the commission to get a more detailed report that we can review? For example, how many of the property crimes are burglaries, or how many of the drug offenses are instances of sales, or trafficking doesn't exist really anymore, or dealing, something in that effect versus simple possession. Because I feel like the broad range, and I understand it's probably really hard to keep it brief and manageable, but it is so extensive. Is there an ability for the commission at least to get more of a detailed breakdown of each of the offense type categories?
So for the record, Victoria Gonzalez, Executive Director of the Department of Sentencing Policy. So first, I'll say that generally, to your point, Mr. Hicks, the type of offense is also defined in the statute and is still in those broad categories that you're starting with. So we are starting there. I will say it would be the intent of the department on behalf of the commission to start with this baseline. Start with the statute, because as I said, the outcomes that we're looking at are they're twofold. You are looking to track and assess the outcomes from AB 236. The second outcome of where we want to go is this figuring out goals and challenges in the criminal justice information sharing between agencies. And so what I would recommend to this commission is that from that perspective, we start with what can we actually get? Because I know based on the definition, it says that we will use the internal data systems of NDOC. So whatever we get, we'll start with what can they provide to us. I would like to see I would recommend we see what they can report first and look at our report. And then when we start making those comparisons, start drilling down on what the capabilities are at NDOC and look at, again, whatever we request of NDOC to look at it in those the twofold of one, how does this help us track and assess the outcomes of AB 236? And then how does this help us meet our goals for criminal justice information sharing? So I think that would be possible of this commission to recommend. We would want guidance on behalf of the department that we would take back to the Department of Corrections that's very specific and make sure that it's a collaborative process where they show us, here's what we're able to report. And then we give feedback and say, well, can you do this? And then we have to take into consideration their limitations. Chief Powers, did you want to comment on that?
Georgia Powers, Department of Corrections, for the record. Yes, we have given the information in the way we generally collect it. There are options for us to break it down further within the categories in the future if you would like us to, and we will be glad to tell you exactly what our capabilities are in that area.
I certainly would appreciate that. And I recognize we're building this from the ground up, and I certainly understand that. But I think it would be more beneficial. I mean, I know all of our goals is data-driven decisions. If we can have, drill down information on that data, because again, keeping in mind how difficult this is, these are very broad categories that we need more information on the specific crime. My other question was on prior convictions. What is the baseline on that? Are we talking solely felonies, or are we talking, it also includes serious misdemeanors, gross misdemeanors? How does that work?
Again, for the record, Victoria Gonzalez. Mr. Hicks, that's exactly one of the things we would like to talk about when we get to those the recommendations for technical questions, AB 236. It is not specified in statute. It's one of those things that it would be up to the agency's interpretation. And so, again, I would approach that when we get to that discussion, we can talk about that more. But generally, I would say my approach to that would be twofold. Again, consulting with the commission, what is it you're looking for? What are we trying to do? And then we go back and meet with NDOC, figure out where they're at with their data collection capabilities, come back to the commission and report that, and then continue that collaboration and conversation about what those limitations are to inform how this commission would like to guide us in collecting that data.
The last question I had is on subsection B of the template for the NDOC data. It's average, minimum, and maximum sentences. And I'm curious on the average, minimum, and maximum sentence, where does that information come from? Will that come from the judgment of convictions that come from the sentencing courts?
Chief Powers, would you be able to answer that?
Georgia Powers, NDOC for the record. Yes, all information that's input into our system comes from the judgments of conviction. And then we would take the totality of the booking, all the sentences from that booking, and create an average for that offender for this booking.
So if an offender's judgment of conviction, for the purposes of my question, was a maximum sentence of 36 months with parole eligibility after 12, that would be reported then as the minimum sentence 12 and the maximum 36?
Yes.
And that answer kind of leads me to my next question, which is on the parole and release portion, which is subsection 2. There's going to be a section that says average length of stay in prison for each type of release. And Director Gonzalez, I totally recognize this is probably part of the reassess portion when we get deeper into this, but it's just something I wanted to bring up because a common complaint that representatives from my office hear and I hear are from victims and from citizens is complaints about truth in our sentencing. And I'll give you a quick example. We'll stick to that scenario I just said where someone may be sentenced to 36 months maximum with parole eligibility after 12 months. To the average citizen or victim who hears that, they think that means if an inmate is an exemplary inmate and programs and does all those things we would hope they would do, that they may be released at 12 months. Unfortunately, at least in the aspect of truth in sentencing, because of AB 510 that was passed in 2007, good time credits come off of the minimum sentence. And a lot of people don't understand that. And those are the complaints I get. Like, how did somebody get out after 8 months when they were sentenced to a minimum of 12? And my concern is, as I raise that issue, is I think that these results might actually show average length of stay being less than average minimum sentence. And I hope everybody's following me in that point. But I think that's something that could be very confusing to the data and confusing to the public as it is in court every day. So again, I raise that as something to keep our eyes on. Maybe there's a way that we can keep the data of people that are being released on good time credits being taken off their minimum sentence, something along those lines. I recognize that we may not have the capabilities now, but it's something I certainly encourage the commission to consider. The last thing I want to say, I don't want to take up all the time, but Director Gonzalez, your energy, the work you and your staff have been doing is incredible. And so thank you for that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
So to follow up on Mr. Hicks' questions, this topic is going to be an ongoing topic for the commission. This is not a one and done discussion. This is this is an evolving set of questions and issues. We will talk a little bit about later in this meeting some suggested changes to statute, but in terms of the kinds of data that the commission believes appropriate and the specificity of that data, this is an ongoing conversation. So I appreciate Mr. Hicks laying out some of the points that we're talking about. And with respect to the issue of credit for time served, some on this commission know that prior commissions have discussed this at length and have had ongoing concerns about the confusion that exists within the credit system, how to calculate it, how to apply it. And it is definitely something that I think is part of this commission's future agenda to provide some better guidance with respect to that issue. At the moment, the average sentence length, as I understand it, is being calculated against the judgment of conviction, not the actual time served. Is that right?
Chief Powers, is that right? Or as far as like what you are doing at your level?
Okay, again, Georgia Powers for the record. The admissions and releases would be based on the judgment of conviction. The average length of stay will come from actual duration of imprisonment. And so maybe I misspoke, but the jail credits will be taken off of that the way that it's in our system, but it is actual duration of stay. It's the admissions and releases that would be the judgment of conviction time.
Great. So that gives us a bit of a comparison, but again, requires more specificity depending upon offense types and so forth. I had one other question with respect to that issue. The legislature adopted aggregate sentences for those convicted of multiple crimes. Are those statistics based on the aggregate sentence of all of the crime types included in the judgment of conviction, or are they separated by offense? That was two.
Chief Powers. Chief Powers.
Sorry, Georgia Powers and DOC for the record. We do not track them separately. Once the terms are aggregated, we treat it as one.
Okay, that's helpful. All right.
Looks like Ms. Jones-Brady.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Jones-Brady looks like she has a hand.
Ms. Jones-Brady had a question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, some of my questions were addressed by the questions that DA Hicks had, but in general, my concern is regarding the financial crisis that the state's going through, how that impacts their ability to work with us and get this data, and any other barriers that may pose, in the things that we're asking of them.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Victoria Gonzalez for the record. Yes, that will be an impact. And we are going to include that in our report. And that's one of the reasons also, as I'm reflecting on the outcomes that we are measuring, that I think just measuring how much data we're able to collect pursuant to AB 236 is not enough. It's not enough for that reason, but it's also, let's look at what are we trying to accomplish? And we're trying to improve the sharing of criminal justice data in this state. And so I think one way to measure progress is just where do we have opportunities to share? And the more we share, the more we're going to learn. And the reality is everyone has limitations. And so one thing I've encouraged from our department and the other agencies is we're going to be very open about that. And I think when we can communicate that, we can manage expectations, but then also make very specific requests of whether it's the legislature or guidance from any other body about what it is you would like us to produce. We'll do the best we can, and then we'll tell you our limitations and then figure out how can we still get you what you want. My approach, and I know the approach of all these agencies, is we'll be creative. And so whatever we're creative about, we want to focus on consistency and reliability of the data. But I promise you that we're being creative about what we can do. And so I know that our attitude is that, well, what can we do? Also, here are these limitations. Here's what we have. But it's a realistic concern. It was already a concern. It was already a concern with criminal justice data sharing in this state. And with recent developments, it's just exacerbated that.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up, Ms. Brady. I don't want to sugarcoat it. If we are going to make data-driven decisions, we are going to have investments into the technology and the staff that will help generate the data on which those decisions can be based. And we are a long way from being able to achieve that kind of assessment. I have asked Victoria to, as part of this effort, to document the deficiencies. She'll call them opportunities because she's so optimistic. I look at it slightly differently. Deficiencies or challenges that may exist is maybe a better word within each of the agencies to be able to do some of the things, many of the things that we're discussing here, and would help address questions like those posed by Mr. Hicks and many others.
Okay. Marsh Mr. Marsh has a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Justice Hardesty. I have a comment and then I'll have what I hope will be a very quick question. I very much appreciate DA Hicks's line of questioning and trying to drill down on the data and also his focus on truth in sentencing. Although I must comment, I don't think that Nevada's ever had real truth in sentencing. They did not, the state has not gone in that direction, even when it was a hot topic back in the 90s. I spent most of my career with the federal government where there is somewhat truth in sentencing, but I think the trend is actually in the opposite direction, which is towards more credit, good time credits be given to prisoners. That's probably going to be true on both the state and federal side. And I think our mission should be to educate the public about, what a sentence really means and telling them that people do have the opportunity to get that time off. That's my comment. My specific question has to do with the data. And I guess I tried to look this up in the statute, but I was surprised by how many of the admissions were for property crimes. And I wondered specifically whether robbery is considered a property crime or a crime of violence under these statistics, or whether those admissions are just for, as DA Hicks had suggested, a lot of burglary convictions. It just seemed like a really high number.
Chief Powers, do you have that information readily available, or do you need time to get that?
No, Georgia Powers, NDOC for the record, and robbery is considered a violent crime.
Right. Should be.
That's what I thought. I just thought there was a really lot of, based on, national data that I've seen, it seems like a really high number, at least in the historical data. Thank you.
And Victoria Gonzalez, for the record, if I may, I think, I echo your sentiments, Mr. Marsh, about Mr. Hicks's line of questioning. And I think this helps us think about contextual information to include with the data so we can be clear, even if I think that would be the proactive way to address some of these breakdowns that we're looking for. What do these categories include as far as offenses? So even as we're trying to figure out what can we break down, at least we know what's included in those numbers. And I think it would be really important to include information like that in our report, and working with NDOC when they give us that information to make it very clear these are the types of offenses that are included in that. So we can also become comfortable and familiar with how that information is tracked. And when we look to make recommendations in the future, we'll know what categories we're looking at.
Anyone else have a questions for the director, at least at this point in the presentation? Okay, seeing none at this juncture, let's go on with the next slide.
All right.
Yes, Yes.
Chuck Calloway, sorry, I guess I was muted.
Well, that's.
I just have a quick, more of a comment, I guess, than a question, but one of the components that I think is missing from this data, and again, we've talked about it extensively on the advisory commission, and I know it's the elephant in the room that's hard to quantify, or we don't want to talk about it in some cases, but it's the information of plea bargains. And I think that, a lot of times we have folks that are actually charged with a more serious offense, and then they plea bargain down to a lesser offense. And then we hear the comment, well, we've got all these property crime offenders, we're booking people in, or we're putting people in the prison for property crimes or for lesser offense, when the reality is that they actually were accused of committing a much more serious crime in some cases, and it was plea bargained down. And I think I just wanted to make the comment that I think that's a component of this data that I believe is missing.
Okay, noted. I think the issue about how the offender gets into prison is going to be a challenging data collection issue for the commission and frankly for NDOC and other agencies. As we have heard before, I don't believe NDOC has the benefit of anything other than the judgment of conviction. And so what transpired before the JOC got entered is something that is going to have to probably come from the district courts. And that by itself has its own set of challenges in terms of how that data is compiled, how it's collected, and so forth. But it illustrates the point that we're looking at a completely separate entity other than the agencies of criminal justice that are referenced in the statute for that kind of data. And I think it's something that'll be an ongoing request, but an ongoing challenge about how do you get it and how do you collect it. But it's noted, Chuck, for sure.
Justice Hardesty, if I may, I just have one follow-up question related to this disconnect between perhaps the initial behavior that an individual was accused of having committed and what they may have plea bargained to. I think this sort of highlights the importance of the risk data that Department of Corrections is providing. So the NRAS, and I'm not sure with respect to admission, I'm thinking maybe this might be the prison intake tool data, but with respect to the NRAS, what it's telling you is the likelihood that an individual may reoffend moving forward. So you've got low, moderate, high, very high risk. Mm-hmm. So while there might be some murkiness with respect to why an individual is in Department of Corrections custody, that additional variable is useful in helping us understand the likelihood that that person might reoffend. And along with some other supplemental data relative to, say, their criminogenic needs. So in which of the 8 domains they have needs and the severity of those needs, that might be useful in helping us understand some of the nuance relative to the challenges related to some of the people who are in Department of Corrections custody.
Okay, Mr. Hicks, did you have a comment?
I did, thank you. Just following up on what Mr. Calloway had to say. I think one of the ways, and I know we've talked about this a lot, but to track the original charges may be able to be done through the Division of Parole and Probation, because those PSIs that are put together for the court's review at sentencing typically lay out the original charges. Because I share the concerns he does that we need the complete picture as to what landed a person in prison. So I just add that for future discussion.
Okay. Any other questions for, by the way, Commission, for your planning purposes, my intent is to proceed to 12:15 and then take a half-hour break and convene at 12:45. So we'll make as much progress as we can up to 12:15. Okay?
All right, thank you.
This is Christine Jones Brady for the record. I just had a question too. The risk assessment, both it's done by PMP, but also that might be done by court services throughout prior to the case. I think those risk assessments are important because just like sometimes people negotiate down from what they did, sometimes people are charged and then it's later found out they weren't as culpable. So that kind of cuts both ways. So the risk assessment, I think, is probably more accurate than simply what they were charged with in the beginning.
Okay, Victoria, if you'd like to proceed with slide 18.
Yes, thank you. Okay. All right, so again, for the record, Victoria Gonzalez. So now we're moving on to the Division of Parole and Probation. Based on the template we created this, that's how we got to this total of the 200 measures that we're looking at. The data measures that we see are required by NPP are across 2 categories. At this time, I cannot provide much more to the commission regarding the outcomes of this data, which I will explain in a few moments. The data reported by NPP, NPP reported the data as requested to this department. However, the data is raw. Neither our department nor the Division of Parole and Probation have the staffing to clean, aggregate, and report the data in a meaningful way. By raw, I mean, which I really appreciate, we received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of PDFs. The data is by individual or cases. I actually haven't had a chance to really look at it.
They're identified by name.
By name, yeah, and so we'd have to scrub it. We'd have to scrub it for personal identifying information. And so what, again, me looking at the positive outcome of this is there's a great opportunity here because we have the data, which I will talk about. We have it. And so it really is helpful to understand what is happening at each agency. And I think it's helpful for other agencies to know what their sister and brother agencies are having to deal with as far as data collection. And we learn a lot about what is happening with criminal justice data in this state. So because of the raw format of the data, we can neither aggregate nor determine anything else beyond we do have a lot of these measures. I also cannot identify specifically what of the requirements we're able to actually use. I can confirm that that MPP did provide us 2 years worth of data to help with our historical baseline, which I really appreciate. Our department has been appropriated money to contract with the program. As long as that money does not continue to be reduced, or we feel that might be money we could give up to meet reductions, we're going to look into using some of those funds to start figuring out. That might just get us started with some of this data. Might help us with some other aspects of this data collection. It's not a long-term solution to this by any means, but it might be a way for us to get a snapshot of where we are at. I will also note the NPP, just as we've discussed, faced fiscal challenges because of the recent pandemic and budget crisis. They were supposed to also have staff to support to help them meet the data mandates required by the statute, but they were not able to fill those positions. We have met regularly with NPP to discuss and keep in communication with where we are at with this data. And we have discussed that, again, us being creative and looking at the bright side of things, that we have the data. We have this data from a snapshot in time. And when we get the staff, we're going to be able to do something with it. I will also note that NPP is working towards implementing a new vendor to handle their data collection and tracking and reporting. Most recently, NPP reported and actually in previous meetings, that the new vendor was given the list of data measures required by AB 236. And NPP has been assured that this new system will be capable of meeting a lot of the requirements of AB 236. When the new system is up and running at MPP, we will assess those reports just as we have done here, similar to what we did with NDOC. The new system will be an area of opportunity to identify what data collection and sharing needs are being met and where we can make improvements. We continue to work with MPP to determine if there's some data that can be provided to us to include the AB 236 deadline or baseline. I'll now direct your attention to the template we created for MPP. I want you to know that this template was based on the statutory requirements and along with the input of MPP. Upon approval from this commission, I will submit the template to MPP to complete when their new system is up and running. There are already a couple of areas that we will seek guidance from this commission, whether it's now or in the future when we have data from the commission or from MPP. The first I want to point out is that intakes is not specifically defined in the statute. In our meetings with MPP, we've learned that intakes could be specific to a case or a person. One person could have multiple cases. So if we were only tracking the person, it would not capture the total number of cases that MPP is supervising for that individual. Similarly, if we capture the case, it won't fully capture the number of individuals being supervised. Per our discussions with MPP, we recommend that intakes be defined or applied for data collection purposes as tracking the total number of new case intakes and a separate field for new offenders. And you can see that's what we've identified in the template as a starting point, that we will track those two separately. The second area that we are seeking assistance is regarding prior criminal history, as Mr. Hicks brought up with NDOC. This is the same issue. We have the same issue with MPP. It's not defined. We will need guidance from this commission or pursue legislation to clarify what to do with this piece. In our discussions with MPP, we can't necessarily take the same approach we are taking with NDOC because the data collection and reporting capabilities are not the same. NPP may be able to track prior criminal history by number of offenses, but we aren't sure yet. And if we can obtain a number of offenses, breaking those down further could be by nature of crime or other ideas as have already been discussed in terms of what we could do with NDOC. But again, MPP is not sure yet if this will be possible because this new vendor is not in place. Additionally, MPP can't collect any criminal history if the offender is no longer being supervised by MPP because it's in a separate source. And if they are not supervising the individual, that information, they cannot access it. We are also requesting guidance from this commission regarding what the commission is looking for with regards to, or as I said, the criminal history. Representatives, the representatives I've been meeting with on a regular basis from MPP are not available today to answer questions. But I'd be happy to answer any questions. And of course, Chief Lawson is here, and I have met with him previously regarding the data, and I know he is also familiar with it. So if he feels he would like to comment on anything, of course, he's welcome to, but I didn't want to put him on the spot as I did not consult with him before we met today. So with that,
one thing I'd like to clarify is that the new system will have all of the AB 236 elements. I specifically wrote those practically word for word out of the statute into the RFP. I guess the one caveat is that some of the new demographic information, we have to expect that some of those responses are going to be none of your business. And so we have a none of the above or chose not to disclose element in that data set.
For the record, Victoria Gonzalez, thank you, Chief Lawson. I thought that's what had been communicated, but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misrepresenting what had been, what I understood that had been requested by the new vendor. And then I will say, when we give the template to any of these agencies, the opportunity is to supply what information they can, and then of course add whether it's footnotes or asterisks about what some context for this information that needs to be noted about what's being reported or not being reported for whatever reason. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the outcomes from the Division of Parole and Probation that we have on our end.
And before we get into questions, I'd like to make a comment with respect to the 3 areas of direction. I think it's really something that we may have to discuss further in our February meeting. For people to think about. I don't know that we can necessarily conclude this by any means. It's an ongoing discussion. So these are critical areas. I know for my own interest, I'm curious about how other states and other agencies address questions like intakes and prior criminal history issues. And of course, the last area is with respect to how do we approach this. I'm also concerned about the choice in making these issues defined in statute. I worry that makes it less fluid. It seems like the commission could be making these determinations itself without requiring any statutory amendment, similar perhaps to the way agencies develop a regulation that would define something that would provide direction as to what we think is best. Here, I think the issue should be driven by best practices. So I'd like to get some additional guidance for the commission to hear before choices are made. That said, obviously, if commission members have questions or suggestions at this time, it's love to hear them. Anybody wish to be heard on this topic? Mr. Hicks?
Yeah, I just have one question and a suggestion. In subsection 2 of the NPP data template that is titled Persons on Probation or Parole Who Violate a Condition of Supervision or Commit a New Offense, I wonder if it would be possible to also include, I guess, total number of technical violations, because as we know, in AB 236, it changed what is a violation of probation and included a subsection called technical violations, which you require a certain amount before a offender may be revoked to go to prison. And within technical violations are drug use, misdemeanor convictions such as DUI or domestic battery. So I think it would be beneficial to include total number of technical violations and types of technical violations within that data set.
I'm just, for the record, Victoria Gonzalez, that's an important, I can just see that technical violation is defined for the section. So I'm just looking, I'm wondering if that's where that term is used, if it's for the NDOC data. Is it? Can you tell? All right. I can see that is defined and makes that reference to what you talked about, like, as you mentioned, was established in AB 236. But yeah, we could review that and see that I'll be within the realm of this section because it's already defined.
Sure. Not trying to put more on your plate, just think it would be beneficial for the data.
Okay, anybody else have questions for, yes, Dr. Lennerman?
Thank you, Justice Hardesty. I have 2 comments. The first related to the challenges associated with data management and entry with parole and probation's historical baseline data. I know that it sounds like the financial situation is in flux. One option might be if it turns out those resources don't become available in the near term. One option could be approaching UNR or UNLV. It's really quite common in graduate programs in particular that we have doctoral students, master's level students who have skills in the data analytical domain, where for a discrete project, they can actually complete those tasks for you. So ultimately, if those financial resources wind up not being available, that is one option to address that specific project to establish the historical baseline. The second is, there's this discussion about the relative utility of using intakes or offenders as a unit of analysis. From an analytical perspective, it is generally considered to be more useful to use the individual person as a unit of analysis. So you would have person 1 or John Doe or whomever it is, and then all of depending on the agency, whether it is an arrest or a conviction or an intake or a technical violation associated with that individual person, because then that allows you in the long run, if you want to explore the impact of say AB 236 or anything else, one of the variables you'll be interested in is recidivism, and it is much easier to analyze those data if you have them organized by the individual as the unit of analysis. So I think that that's certainly something as a group we should probably discuss more moving forward, but generally speaking, that's how we organize data to facilitate analysis.
Any other questions for the director? Thank you, Doctor.
Hi, Justice. This is Tom Austin again. I like to agree with the doctor, and that is that we've ensured that our new system is going to be person-centric. The existing one is case-centric, and that's absolutely a nightmare for us in terms of managing the people versus the number of cases. So we have people with concurrent active cases, inactive and inactive cases. It's by making it person-centric, it simplifies that data. So we've already addressed that in our new system.
I do think this is an area, Chief, that the commission needs to decide, I think by February, if not certainly by that time, when we're talking about intakes. It sounds like person-centric is the best approach, as long as you're able to secure other surrounding data information surrounding that individual. My question, though, as the staff begins to work through the various opportunities that have been provided to Director Gonzalez and our people, they need direction on how to create that 2-year baseline from the material that's been given. And I think a person-centric approach is the starting point. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, before we leave that topic, does anybody have an objection to what I just indicated for purposes of developing the baseline from the data that's been provided from MPP as the staff begins to work through it, the so-called person-centric starting point? Okay, we'll start there and talk about it further in February. Okay, let's move on then to the next slide.
So the last agency that is required to submit data is the Records, Communications, and Compliance Division. Let me pull up my... So we are now on slide 22. For those of us that are following along. The statute requires that the data be submitted by the central repository. I wanted to give some commission, for those of the members of the commission that aren't familiar, and as I'm continuing to learn, that the central repository is how we refer to a certain entity in NRS. So specifically, I want to explain why this data that we have here comes from the Records, Communication, and Compliance Division. The data requested by this statute is provided by the UCR. The UCR is housed in RCCD, and this is why we have the data coming from RCCD. The criminal repository serves criminal justice sharing in various capacities, and I want to clarify why we have that from RCCD. So as requested, and you can see here, RCCD had no problem providing us the 5-year baseline as we requested. We predict that RCCD will be able to provide a substantial amount, if not the entire amount of data that's required by the statute. The data reported will be dependent on the data that's reported to RCCD from the agencies and counties. And that's important to note that as with any data, whatever we report or whatever we receive is as good as whatever was submitted to the entity that submitted it to us. As we assess how much of the data is actually being reported, we may need to weigh the counties in terms of what they actually reported to RCCD. The division will help us and assist us in providing a list of counties and agencies that submitted the data at the time it was submitted to us. And an area and opportunity may be to identify how to improve reporting by agencies and counties to RCCD. The area of opportunity is related to the new system. Another area of opportunity that's important to note is that RCCD will be using a new system, NIBRS, as is required by the FBI. When RCCD reports data next year, we will need to conduct our assessment again to identify what is being tracked and reported to us and also at their level. The data may look a little different as well, so we may need to adjust how we compare the data we collect this year with the data we collect next year for our baseline. RCCD is required to provide crime rates for their reporting requirements and change in crime rates based on index crimes and crime type. The index crimes we will be referring to are Part 1 crimes and are identified by violent and property crimes and include these offenses. So this is a good example of what we were talking about with the other agencies, clarifying what these include. And these are defined for the reporting purposes that RCCD uses. And so we will make sure and include this information in our reporting. I also wanted to provide a sample of the data that we received from RCCD. They provided population numbers and total numbers of index crimes for each county. Based on this table, you can see our intent will be to compare rates as we over time. And then here are samples of the template that we created for RCCD to complete. Again, we consulted with them regarding the best way to design this template. And this table, we're looking for the same information at a statewide level and in each county. I didn't include each county here as a visual, but each county will, they will submit data for each county if it has been reported to them. So are there any questions about the records, communication, and compliance division data?
Okay, seeing none.
Excellent. So as far as follow-up, our next steps will be for us to request the agencies to complete the templates to us by the first week of January. We will continue to meet with them during this process. The information we collect in those templates is what we intend to include in the final report that we develop for this commission. And we are going to continue to collaborate and invite agencies to add notes or context where data is not included. And I will say as an observation, which we'll talk about in other reporting, is that it is difficult in our state to track the individual from beginning to end in the criminal justice system. There are other states that have different capabilities. And a lot of the questions I think that we get, that I know we're going to get, that we got from the commission today and we're going to continue to get, are about the individual. We want to see what happens to them throughout the process. And our initial takeaway, and we've heard from agencies, is this is very difficult. And so I think that will be important to consider when this commission makes recommendations to us and fellow agencies, that we will report how the data is shared among agencies, but we will also be coming to you with recommendations on how maybe we can't track a person, but we can track these different components and make conclusions with that context in mind, that we're not tracking the individual, we're just trying to look for trends in these different areas that are important and relevant to AB 236. So with that, are there any more questions in general about the outcomes or the other agencies that are information I presented from the other agencies?
Okay, thank you, Director, and thanks to your staff for all of the work. And as you have expressed, thanks to the agencies for being so cooperative in helping develop this issue. As I mentioned earlier, we will break for 30 minutes and reconvene at 12:45. And so that'll give everybody a brief break, and then we can pick up with agenda item number 7. Thank you.
And then this one. Good. We're good to go. Oh, there's Judge Freeman. Yep.
Okay, let's reconvene the meeting. Probably a good idea to take a quick roll just to make sure we've got a quorum.
Mr. Ariscotta?
Present.
Ms. Brady?
Present.
Director Daniels?
Yeah.
Present. Thank you. Chairman DeRico?
Here.
Judge Freeman?
Present.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Mr. Hicks?
Here.
Mr. Imlay?
Here.
Sheriff Logan? Mr. Marsh?
Here.
Mr. McCormick?
Present.
Ms. Mull? Dr. Neighbors?
Present.
Senator Canizaro?
Present.
Chief Lawson?
Present?
Director Cafarata? Dr. Lanterman?
Present.
Vice Chair Callaway?
Present.
Chair Hardesty?
Present.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, I'd like to open agenda item 7. And this also relates to agenda item 8. As Victoria mentioned earlier in the meeting, we have a couple of reports that are due. And as we, using the practice that we did earlier this year, I asked staff to generate an outline that the commission could approve so that they could begin drafting the reports consistent with the outlines. So that's our purpose here under agenda item 7 and will be under 8. So I've asked Laura Arnold, the new staff attorney, to take the lead on this presentation. Ms. Arnold?
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. Good afternoon, Commission. Again, my name is Laura Arnold. I'm the new staff attorney for the Nevada Department of Sentencing Policy. I'm going to share a brief presentation with you regarding the first report that we're going to talk about. So I'm going to take you through the outline and the information that we proposed for this commission's report. That NRS 176.01343 requires this commission to submit in February. As Victoria mentioned earlier, we internally refer to this report as the AB 236 report. So if you hear me say that, that's what I'm talking about. Our intent in presenting this outline and the information it contains is to request the commission's approval of the outline so that we can move forward with what has been approved and submit a draft of the report to share with the commission for final edits, suggestions, and recommendations prior to it being submitted. I'm sorry, I was at the beginning. Let me go to the beginning. I was on the wrong slide. All right, here we go. So I've divided the report into 6 major sections, which I will cover and explain separately. Generally, those 6 sections are the introduction to the report, a summary of what the report contains, the background of AB 236, the data reported by the 3 agencies required to provide that data, any relevant fiscal data, and the findings and recommendations of the commission. The first 2 sections of the report, the introduction and the summary, simply 1, introduce what this report is and its purpose in reference to NRS 176.01343, and 2, provide a brief and high-level summary that takes the reader through what's in the report. While the summary for this first report is likely to be brief, what I envision for this section going forward is to give a summary of whatever trends the data indicate as we move forward and have comparisons both from the baseline and from year to year. So following the introduction and summary is the background section, which generally discusses the 2019 enactment of AB 236, what AB 236 intends to accomplish, and what AB 236 requires to meet those goals. Over time, the commission may decide that this section of the report doesn't need to take up as much space in the report as it does in this first report, and perhaps maybe merge it into the introduction section as AB 236's purpose and intent become more well-known and understood. The next section is the agency data, and this is the report. This is the bulk of the report. As the outline has been submitted to you, it begins on page 2 and goes to the top of page 21. It addresses the agency data in reference to what AB 236 requires the Department of Corrections, the Division of Parole and Probation, and the Records, Communications, and Compliance Division to report to the Commission. Here, the report is organized by each of those agencies in the order they are identified in the statute, and that's, again, 176.01343. And for each agency, the report first outlines the data that AB 236 requires each of the agencies to report. And essentially, in each of those, it's a recitation of the portion of the statute that's applicable to that agency. Second, it discusses the data storage, collection, and reporting process by each agency. And 3, in its current form, this section relates the data the agencies reported to the extent that it could be reconciled with AB 236 and relayed in this report. And there's a couple of things I want to note on this point. It was in reviewing and digesting the data reported in the context of AB 236 that the matrices of the required data really began to crystallize for us. And that was the catalyst for developing the data templates that we have created and proposed and that Director Gonzalez discussed earlier in the meeting. Second, the department has requested that each agency fill in the data templates that we have created to the extent that they are able to do so enough ahead of the report's February due date, and assuming that the commission is approving these templates, the section will be revised to reflect the data in that format. Okay, and then fourth, this section identifies the data gaps and other issues with the data. A note on this point, NRS 176.01343 subsection 1 paragraph E requires the commission to more broadly identify gaps in the state's data tracking capabilities related to the criminal justice system and make recommendations for filling those gaps. Because the state does not have a uniform system of data collection and tracking, it just made more sense to me at this point to address the data gaps in the context of each agency's ability to collect and track the data, and that's why it's in each section of the agency data. So under the fiscal data section, the report will incorporate the relevant information from the most recent JFA report, that information being how it addresses AB 236 and COVID-19. Because the report was only recently published, our department is still reviewing it. Our intent is to use the information in the JFA report to inform the commission on baselines and trends. The JFA report is, of course, included in the meeting materials that were provided and will also be available on our website. And then finally, the report offers the commission's findings and recommendations based on the data reported. As required by the statute, those findings and recommendation include proposed improvements, changes in budgetary adjustments, future legislation and policy options to enhance public safety and control correction costs, and any other findings and recommendations that may not fit squarely within those prior 3 categories. And just a note on that other category, according to the language of NRS 176.0143, subsection 11, paragraphs A and B, that's the one that governs the comprehensive report. These are findings and recommendations that may be required to be presented in the comprehensive report, but because they kind of came from the data assessment in this report, they seem to fit better in the context of this report. Okay, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and accept any guidance from the commission or approval of this outline and its information so that we can move forward with preparing the final report.
Any questions for Ms. Abbott regarding the outline? Seeing none, as I have done in the past, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the outline as presented by Ms. Abbott so she can proceed with the completion of the drafting of the report. Of course, as we've done before, we'll circulate it once it's ready to be circulated.
Mr. Chair, this is John McCormick. I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Second, John Arascotta.
Thank you, Mr. Arascotta. Any discussion on the motion? Why don't we say, have an indication by hand of all those who favor the motion? Okay, is there anyone opposed to the motion? Seeing none, it appears unanimous. And thank you, Ms. Abbott, for the outline. I would like to underscore something that Ms. Abbott mentioned, because I know that the report's rather lengthy, and that has to do with the JFA report. I think it's worthwhile for folks to spend some time with that report. And I'd like to circle back on that report at our February meeting, just to make sure that commission members understand what that has been, what's been prepared there and what its purpose is, and whether people have concerns or questions about what JFA's role and recommendations are. As many of you know, NDOC, the other agencies, and the legislature rely on this report in making a number of decisions. And to the extent that commissioners would like to offer some input or observations, I think it would be healthy to do that. Okay. All right, then let's turn to agenda item number 8. This involves the next deliverable of the commission, which is NRS, a report under NRS 176.0134. We're required to present an outline of this report also. Victoria will go over the outline. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. I'm going to share. Let me see, sharing something. All right, I'll just go through I was going to try and pull it up just so we can walk through it, but you have it in front of you. And if my computer says not freeze. As Ms. Arnold discussed, as far as what we refer to as the AB 236 report, we wanted to be very purposeful about how we approach these two reports. There is a distinction, but there's a potential overlap, as we've discussed. And we wanted to make sure that we captured the full picture of the activities that are going on in the department and with the commission. And so as we've talked about, we decided to approach this where most of we didn't want to duplicate our efforts. We wanted to make each report very meaningful to capture all of the various things that the department and the commission take care of. So to that end, what the purpose of this report that I'm about to present summarizes generally the activities of the department and the commission. The types of recommendations that would be included in this report would be those that came out of the April meetings and those that were submitted to the governor. And pursuant to the statutory requirements, which specifically recommend changes pertaining to sentencing and findings and recommendations for proposed legislation, we would make internal references to the other deliverables that this commission has provided. So as you can see on your outline, the report would begin with the statutory requirement that governs the report. We would provide a history of the commission and the department. I think the history of this commission is very interesting. As we know, it's moved branches now a couple of times. And so I think every time we do a report of this kind, it's important to capture that history and how it continues to evolve. After that, we will provide a detailed summary. There's a summary of the report overall, which will summarize activities of the department and activities of the commission. Then the report will go into detail with each of those. So the summary of the activities of the department will introduce our staff, explain our core functions, and then summarize our various activities throughout the year. And for this year, that would include standing up the department, the budgetary challenges we faced, along with what we, some of the actions we took in supporting this commission. I would base the summaries of our activities on the presentations I made to this commission and my director's reports. So I would use the minutes as a reference. However, it wouldn't be my intent to include the minutes in their entirety. As all of those minutes are available on our website, we would include a link in our report to the website so that readers who were interested in reading the entirety of the minutes could go see those summaries and highlight where you could find those in the minutes based on the presentations I made to the commission. The section of the report that would summarize the activities of the commission, we would list the current and past members, as we have had some turnover over the last year or so. And then again, my approach would be to summarize maybe the agenda items that were in each meeting as far as generally what the commission discussed. And I could itemize what actions came out of each meeting. Again, I wouldn't be my intent to just include the minutes in their entirety because I'd want to make the report again meaningful to someone who wants to just get an idea of what the activities have been. But there would be a link so that the reader could go and read the minutes in their entirety on our website, which we make sure are available for everyone to read. And then finally, the report would conclude with the deliverables and recommendations. And this is where I think it would be important and meaningful to supply the actual copies of those, whatever we have. And then, as I said, the links. I don't think we would include the entirety of each report that's come out of this commission in the past year. We would include a link. And as I said, I think it would be meaningful and important to include those recommendations that were submitted to the governor that came out of the April meetings. As we've discussed too, in the next agenda item, we will talk about potential recommendations or recommendations we have before this commission on about what to do with these reports in the future. For this year, this has been our approach. We look to the commission for your guidance on this. And then when we get to the next agenda item, we can talk about some of our ideas about how to move forward with make sure each of these reports is meaningful and fully captures the activities and the intent of the commission. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions about this outline. And our intent with this would be to take any edits and revisions from the commission and move forward and draft it and then circulate it. And this report is due January 1.
Any questions for the director? As with the previous agenda item, I'd entertain a motion to approve the outline that's shown on page 2 and 3 of the materials.
So moved. This is Christine Jones Brady.
Second, John Arascotta.
Thank you, Mr. Arascotta. Any discussion on the motion? All right, by a show of hands, would all those who approve please indicate? And any persons who are opposed, please indicate. Okay, it appears unanimous, and that motion is passed.
Excellent.
Okay, so then this takes us to some of the issues that Victoria's been talking about. At our October 28th meeting, we discussed potential technical corrections to AB 236 that could be presented to the legislature in the upcoming session. As you'll recall, the Advisory Commission on the Administration of Justice heard presentations from various agencies regarding technical corrections to AB 236. In addition to the work done by the ACAJ, this commission has been reviewing and assessing potential recommendations. I asked Victoria to present and discuss those at this meeting, and in their work with agencies, the staff at the department, they have identified additional recommendations for technical corrections to AB 236. I want to emphasize these are technical in nature. I believe the commission previously recognized we would not undertake any substantive recommendations because the bill just went into effect on July 1. But these are potentially important clarifications of some language or some definitions, as we have seen earlier in our meeting and in previous meetings. So Victoria, would you like to begin and with that discussion?
Thank you. Yes. So, and just to echo, I would, Victoria Gonzalez for the record, just to echo what Justice Hardesty commented on as far as the policy. I wanted to reflect on what, as an agency, how we approach this exercise and some of the thoughts I had as I was thinking about what this means and what it is we're looking for. As we know, in the 2017-2018 interim and the 2019 session, the policy behind AB 236 went through intense research and development. As enacted, AB 236 represents the work that went into developing the policy for this sweeping criminal justice reform. Since its enactment, agencies and other stakeholders have been actively engaged in its implementation. I will say from my perspective, and as Director Daniels mentioned earlier, as an agency, we don't develop policy. We don't usually develop policy. We implement. We do what we're guided and mandated to do. And I think that's an important way to articulate what is a technical correction and what isn't. From an agency perspective, our intent with recommendations in general and with the upcoming session would be to support and advance changes that would implement the policy enacted by the legislature and the governor, not change the policy. It's about implementation from our perspective. Again, I say this to provide context of these recommendations and any other recommendations that we would pursue. Our approach would be, how do we further implementation? And we know what the policy is. How do we help this commission and the rest of the state advance this policy? To do this, what we've noticed in our discussion with agencies is we just identified certain issues. This is totally from our perspective of the department. I don't mean to represent anything that any agency would recommend. If this is something we continue to move forward with, in general, we always seek the guidance of the commission. I would also note that based on the discussion from the commission this morning, I think we've identified that there are areas that wouldn't necessarily require legislation, but just require guidance from this commission. So at a very high level, generally, I'll just go over some of the proposals we have. One of the recommendations we have would be to NRS 176-01327, which mandates the duties of the executive director, which is my position. Specifically, it says it requires the director to assist the commission with the comprehensive report. And then it also requires the commission or the director to assist the commission in its other duties. We thought it might be helpful to specify that the director assists the commission with all of its deliverables. So it might be helpful to add an internal reference that includes the AB 236 report, the statement of costs avoided, and the projected amount of costs avoided. Another area that we identified that might be helpful for implementation, as we've discussed, were some of these, some of the language we identified in the data pieces. So it is, one of the things we hadn't talked about yet was the Pearl housing units. Based on my information from the other agencies, those no longer exist as far as how offenders are housed. That doesn't mean there won't be data attached or reported from that, but it's just something to keep in mind about in the future if we're looking for data and what's required. We may be looking for data from the past on those individuals, but be prepared to know that we're not going to be receiving data on those individuals in the future. Something we haven't talked about yet either is the addition of sex as a measure to all subsections where there's demographic information. What's required in the statute is gender identity or expression. What's being reported from the agency so far, we can see, especially specifically with NDOC, is sex, which might not be fair or accurate to lump in with gender expression as we're developing how these terms are evolving and how people identify based on their biological identifiers versus what they identify as separately as gender. It may be possible, it may be important to add that, add sex to the data requirements to make that data more meaningful. And then another area we talked about was what we talked about with intakes. specifying that as we talked about whether it should be by case or offender. We've talked about criminal history. Again, each of the agencies reports these differently. And so each of the agencies has approached that differently as far as what they will report. And we just want to make sure the expectations are clear and we promote the consistency of the data. Another item that I noticed or that we came across as we were going through this was regarding the data that comes from the central repository, which we know is reported by the Records Communications and Compliance Division, is the requirement for the rate over time. That's not specified. So this is just one of those areas that we would seek guidance from, and it might be possible to pursue specific recommendations on. The next is any collection of demographics related to race and ethnicity. Race and ethnicity are separate measures that AB 236 requires to be reported and tracked. So our question would be if the commission would want to specify race and ethnicity when it's tracked, and if so, by what standard. We could make recommendations. As Justice Hardesty mentioned, it's important maybe to look at best practices. One of our thoughts would be the Census Bureau, but we can also meet the agencies where they're at, but we need to be very explicit about what they're reporting and maybe what other possible ways there are to report the data. Another data measure we haven't talked about yet is sexual orientation, or I touched on as far as what's reported, and we may need to enter in that data agreement with NDOC. Sexual orientation appears to be a sensitive measure for tracking and reporting. It's also a measure that can have a difference in the number of categories. We've looked at NRS and we've seen that there are other chapters that define sexual orientation as a perception. But there's a lot of ways, there's a lot of approaches we could take to reporting and collecting this. I think it would also be helpful as we define some of these to help get some guidance from the commission on what the intent is or what the policy is that this commission is looking to capture, because that can help us inform our recommendations to the commission about the best ways to capture this data in order to get the trends and identify the trends that you were looking for. Mental health status is another one where there is some confusion and about how it should be categorized. Again, there are also potential confidentiality issues with that, depending if we go on what's reported or what can be diagnosed. There are limitations to each agency related to that. We've talked about offense type and how we want to define that. Another thing we noticed with defense type is in that definition in that definition, it says that it lists the different offense types. And the last one says DUI offense or other. For our purposes of the template, we have put those as separate entries in our table. DUI is one and other is its own. But as it's written, we didn't know if DUI and other should be lumped together, because as written in the statute, there's not a comma that separates those. And we wouldn't want to presume that there might be some sort of policy behind that you don't want to separate out the others from DUI. But that's something clarification we would need. And then the last, let's see. Oh, and then the last thing I want to discuss was what we had talked about already was with the reporting requirements. We talked about what the purpose and the meaning is behind the comprehensive report and the report that is required by NRS 176-01343. The clarification we'd be seeking is when there are additional recommendations from the commission, do these recommendations require improvements? Are we looking at just proposed legislative amendments? Are we looking at, so we would just want to know what the scope of that is. We just want to make sure we deliver to the commission what the expectations are for that report and include what you would like to, and make sure we help the commission meet that mandate. And make sure it's broad enough to include everything that the commission would want to recommend. As we saw already from the April meetings this year, I think there's a lot of areas where this commission could be helpful and provide insight, and that might not just be in the terms of what's provided in the statute. And then the last thing was what we talked about, the comprehensive report. Again, it's similar to what we've talked about how broad, is it broad enough? Is it specific enough? we could put together specific language if that would help this commission. But generally, our recommendation would be just to make these reports separate or one report. And then the deadlines are within a month of each other, which is not a problem for us. But we just want to make sure that we're meeting the requirements of the report and they're serving the needs of the commission and the mandates of the commission. And so one recommendation might be to take the comprehensive report and take some of the language from that AB 236 report and have the comprehensive report swallow all of that up. So there's one big deliverable that captures all of the recommendations and everything. And we make sure the language is broad enough to meet the needs of the commission. But excuse me, I know that'd be a larger conversation for this commission to have. We just want to present some of these ideas at a high level. A couple of things I want to mention in conclusion of these recommendations is, again, these came from us. These came from our meetings with agencies and issues we identified. And based on the meeting that our meeting and discussion today, we realized there are a lot of ways to address this. We presented this information under this agenda item as recommendations for AB 236. Based on this discussion, we can see now it might be best to pursue that in what Justice Hardesty recommended, more of a regulation forum. I just had the idea that it could be some sort of a type of rules that the commission adopts on an annual basis that governs, that provides us guidance on the data collection. And we agree this is how we're going to collect data and provides us some guidance because we recognize that fluidity might be important for this. There are areas where being very clear and very specific about data is important, but there are these other areas where being fluid is also important. I also wanted to mention that from the perspective of a state agency, as Justice Hardesty mentioned as well, if any policy were to be changed in AB 236, our implementation and the implementation at other state agency levels could be impacted. And so our intent as we are tracking legislation throughout the upcoming session is to look for those opportunities where we could offer clarification, where implementation could be helped along. And so if new policies were proposed, our perspective would be to look at how do we affect implementation. And from a larger picture, as we know, this commission gets a BDR, a policy BR with the budget build cycle. That wouldn't be until June of 2022. So as we start these discussions of recommendations and we're vetting what is it that the commission would like to advance, I want to reassure this commission, anything that we think is legislative or that this commission deems legislative and should be advanced, if it doesn't get advanced this session, this commission and department will have its BDR in 2022 for the 2023 session. And we are already in the process of vetting some of these ideas. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions the commission has or assist the chair in presenting some of these other recommendations that we have discussed so far.
I would like to offer a general comment before we get into any questions. Timing is an issue here because of the upcoming legislative session. There are some things that I think we want to recommend in our upcoming reports that can be communicated to the legislature through those recommendations for statutory changes. In your materials, you have the public comment report that was made to the Advisory Commission, which identified a couple of areas for amendments to 176.01343 and 176.014. Of the list that Victoria has supplied, it seems to me that we would also want to request a statutory amendment to 176.01327 relating to the duties of the executive director, as has been suggested. And then lastly, in terms of a statutory change, I believe that requiring 2 reports is burdensome and unnecessary. And I would urge that we instead do 2 things. We combine the reports as suggested by the director and make them due on January 15th rather than January 1. The other matters that are listed here, as I commented earlier, I think are matters, as you can see, that raise important measures that the commission needs to further debate. You get into matters such as sex, identity, ethnicity, etc. These are all matters that the commission has really not discussed much at all this year. And I'm concerned about seeking either statutory changes to those areas now when we really haven't debated them ourselves at this stage. I also think that the commission could take advantage of the opportunity to provide direction to staff and to agencies based upon its authority to interpret how we want this data supplied, which would give the commission the flexibility it needs to address some of these sensitive subjects. So obviously interested in what other commissioners think. My recommendation to the commission is that we seek the 4 amendments to the statutes that I have identified and defer the rest for further discussion for next calendar year. So with that, I'll open this up for questions and discussions to the director and of course suggestions from commissioners about other approaches or alternatives. Anyone would like to comment or propose a question? All right, seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to seek the 4 statutory amendments I mentioned and include those as recommendations in our report on January 1st.
This is John Arascata, so moved.
Darren Emily, second.
Thank you, Mr. Arascata. Thank you, Mr. Emily. Any discussion on the motion? I think we should do this by roll.
Mr. Arascata,
Yes.
Ms. Brady,
Yes.
Director Daniels,
Yes.
Chairman DeRico,
Yes.
Judge Freeman,
Yes.
Mr. Hicks,
Yes.
Mr. Imlay.
Yes.
I believe Sheriff Logan left. Are you here? All right, Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
I believe is Mr. McCormick still here? All right, and then Ms. Moll. Okay. Dr. Neighbors?
Yes.
Chief Lawson,
Yes.
Director Caparata, Dr. Lanterman,
Yes.
Senator Canizaro, Vice Chair Callaway,
Yes.
Chair Hardesty.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and thanks, Ms. Gonzalez, for the outline. As you can see, the other areas that we need to discuss, debate, and provide direction are very sensitive questions. And I think it's something that we will really need to spend separate agenda items on beginning in February and continuing over the course of next year. Okay, then that takes us to item number 10 on subawards. As you know, the Bureau of Justice Assistance made funding available to Nevada agencies to help implement AB 236. Agencies can use these funds to help offset initial implementation costs and support sustainability. This year, the commission approved 2 rounds of requests to include a formal application to BJA, which totaled $427,180.88. BJA approved all the requests that were made. And Per the rules of the grant, and all subaward funding must be spent by September of 2021. So the sooner we're able to start spending, the better we are. These funds are paid through reimbursement after receiving approval from BJA. CGI worked with agencies who were awarded funding to create contracts. Once an agency has a contract in place with CJI, they may begin spending the funds. We've asked each agency that were awarded subaward funding to provide an update on their efforts to spend the funds and their status. Victoria, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the funding that was awarded to our department was $45,208. These funds were to fund our staff attorney position, as we needed to keep that position vacant to meet certain budget reductions. And so this funding allowed us to hire, to fill that position sooner rather than waiting until the March 1 date to actually use that position. The amount we've spent to date is just the first month. It's 3 weeks. We are still in the process of learning how to invoice. So I don't have the exact amount of what we spent so far. And as far as our amount remaining, because we've started spending, we're on track to spend everything that was awarded to us. The update on our spending is that, as we know, Laura Arnold started on November 16th. And she has been, working with us since then. As you can see, she is helping very heartily in getting this AB 236 mandate moving along with what we had already started. Our intended next steps are to figure out invoicing. Our goal is to have that figured out in the next 2 weeks. As I said, we are collaborating with, the Department of Public Safety provides us support in managing our budgetary and fiscal issues, our fiscal matters. And so we are working with that department on how they've invoiced grants in the past or just invoiced in general. And then our contract also requires that we submit certain deliverables with our invoices. So we'll be preparing those as well. And just an update on what we're doing with that. Additional notes I wanted to share, and I've kept this commission up to date with what the process was, but and to help, I think, provide some assistance and support where I can to other agencies. There's a lot of hoops we have to jump through in order to spend money and then get reimbursed for money. And so I was walking a certain tightrope in recruiting, because I had to balance recruiting our position, making sure we got approval to actually use our grant money from IFC, get that work program and meet deadlines. And I'm very happy to say that we met those deadlines, as we can see. But I want fellow agencies to know that I empathize with the challenges that come with that. And so I'm happy to support when I can and share my experiences of what we were able to do for our grants. But I think it's important for this commission to, we appreciate the support and just understand that we're going to do the best we can to spend this money. And so I hope that we can help all the agencies spend this money because we are so lucky to have these funds to help us advance the implementation of AB 236.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Victoria on subaward for the department? All right, is there a representative from Post that can give us an update on their funding?
I will be providing that update for Post. So Director Sherlock was in a training today, but he supplied an outline of his update. So Post was awarded $29,945 to hire a contractor to serve as a training specialist to develop and conduct trainings required or related to AB 236. They have not yet spent any of the funds, but they are in the process of finalizing their services contract and will order the equipment shortly. So the amount they have remaining to spend is the full $29,945. Director Sherlock shared similar sentiments that I just did as far as making sure we check all the boxes to spend the grant money and get reimbursed. And so while they have been working their way through that process, it hasn't gone as quickly as they would like to. They've started doing the initial solicitation and identified who the services provider is going to be. So when they can get stuff done. And as I mentioned, they're currently in the contract and hope to have that person starting very soon. He said they're very excited as this person has a solid background in law enforcement and community relations and mental health issues. And so he's really excited to get this going. They currently plan to have the contract provider on board in December. That's their game plan right now. The award includes 1,000 hours of service at $25 an hour. They think this will be sufficient to support their to provide the support they need to their infrastructure and work towards that grant program outlined in AB 236. Director Sherlock wanted to express again that he's really excited and believe they can utilize the funds to the full advantage. As they have done these types of contracts and services in the past, while they understand that it can be cumbersome to get it done, they're happy he's actually happy with the speed that they've been able to get things done. And they really hope to have this up running soon. So that's his update from Post.
Okay. Is there a representative from NDOC that can speak to the subaward for that department?
Good afternoon, Chris Franklin, FRANKLIN, Management Analyst 4 for the Nevada Department of Corrections. In regards to our subaward funding for AB 236, we're in a very similar position as most of the other agencies are with complying with the requirements to be able to reimburse funding. Currently, out of the $231,825, we have not spent any of that money yet. We found out that we are going to the IFC in January, and which will allow us to move forward in February with hiring the contractors. We have monthly meetings with our CJI and CRJ advisors who are working along with BJA on our implementation plan. They're happy with our implementation plan. We're looking at some options to make sure that we can expend the funds before the September 2021 deadline. And it looks like that's feasible for us right now. The NDOC has built the infrastructure for these positions already. We've got our training manuals in place. We've got our offices in place for them. And so literally once we're concluded with IFC, if we gain approval, that we'll be able to roll right into the next phase of executing the hiring process for these positions. They're contracted. We're going to be using a state MSA. So, usually in that period of time, we'll get the applications within 2 weeks, and you can literally have somebody on board within a month at the most.
Okay, are there any questions? All right, then let's direct our attention to the Division of Parole and Probation. Sergeant Rosales or Ms. Freilich?
Needs to unmute.
You're either muted or not connected. We can see you, but not hear you.
This is Shelley Correo from Parole and Probation. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm not sure what Nicole is also on, so I'm not sure her delay. So I can speak to the car chargers in which we were granted $18,600 to purchase 300 car chargers to allow our officers to be in the field on a more permanent basis to conduct business. And at this time, we have not spent any money. I have been advised that we are also pending the IFC in January from our fiscal team. So once we have that work program approved by our IFC, we will move forward with purchasing the car chargers. So hopefully have them sooner than later.
Looks like you'll be able to spend all of the funds once IFC approves, if they do.
Yes, we'll be able to spend it all. And we have everything set according to our fiscal team that once we get that approval in January, they'll move forward with making the purchase.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Carrillo? All right, let's see here. And then Ms. Noble.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Ms. Rosales. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just piggyback off of Captain Correo as far as the funds for our NRAS Master Trainer course.
Yes.
We're just pending the final execution of that contract in order to invoice the University of Cincinnati and to get that master class started. I've laid the foundation with them so that they're prepared to travel here to Las Vegas to complete that class in early spring. It's a 4-month process, like from start to finish up those trainers. So we should be done with training and done with invoicing long before the August 2021.
Great. Okay. All right, then let's proceed with Ms. Noble and Ms. Freilich with the Washoe County District Attorney's appropriation or subaward.
Thank you, Chair Hart. Good afternoon to you and members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Noble. I'm a Chief Deputy District Attorney in the Washoe County DA's office. And with me, at least virtually, is our Law Office Manager, Lori Freilich, and she's here to help answer any questions that might come up. First, I want to begin by thanking the Commission and the Bureau of Justice Assistance for this subaward, as well as Director Gonzalez and Abigail Strait from CJI. They've just been so responsive, and their assistance is so appreciated as we navigate this process. We received $47,500 to fund an AB 236 implementation coordinator, and to date, we haven't spent any money yet. We're waiting for formal acceptance of the award from our Board of County Commissioners, and we anticipate that will occur at next week's meeting, which is a week from today. The implementation coordinator's role will be to assist with ongoing AB 236 training for attorneys and support staff. They'll work with IT to conform our case management system to the substantive changes that the bill made. They'll also identify key categories of data collection related to implementation and work to develop effective methods of collecting data related to recidivism reduction, offense rates, and diversion outcomes. And this will include communication with the courts to make sure that accurate data points are met. The coordinator is also going to analyze that data and prepare visual and written materials for attorneys and staff. They'll also prepare quarterly reports and an annual report, rather. We're receiving applicant resumes already. Our interviews will be conducted the week of December 28th. We're going to be doing an expedited background check process, and we anticipate that we'll have the coordinator on board by mid-January. So with that, thank you again, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
With that timing, Ms. Noble, will you be able to spend all of the appropriation by September 2021?
Thank you for the question, Justice Hardesty. Yes, we will. And I know Ms. Freilich has done the math on that, and we should be able to spend all the money we've been awarded, even with that time frame.
Okay. Well, if Ms. Freilich has done the math, we're in good shape. Okay. Any questions then for Ms. Noble or Ms. Freilich? Okay, Dr. Neighbors.
Thank you. Well, we're kind of in somewhat the same.
She muted herself.
You're muted, Dr. Neighbors.
There. Now, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. So the Division of Public and Behavioral Health was granted $17,372 to implement a cognitive behavioral program, pilot program, demonstration program to develop groups at Lakes Crossing Center to treat, in addition to the mental health problems of clients, their criminogenic thinking, and to hopefully be able to demonstrate that we can impact recidivism in that regard, in that population. We have all of the components of that program lined up. The materials, we have the LCSW who is ready to come on board and contract with us to implement the program and work with the staff. However, we are waiting on the approval of the contract from our legal counsel. And it's been slow, I think, because she has a lot to do with public health right now. And so I anticipate that we should be able to get that accomplished shortly, and then move forward with signing the contract and getting the approvals for the hiring. We anticipate that we would like to have this implemented by February. It will run for 3 8-week cycles with the groups of clients that we identify, and we should easily be able to complete that and provide you with the documentation and data by the September 21st date and expend all of the monies that we've been granted. And we thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Neighbors. Appreciate that. Any questions for Dr. Neighbors? Okay, well, that summarizes where we are with the subawards and how it's being utilized and accessed. Again, I want to extend my appreciation and thanks to CJI and Abigail Strait for their support and their efforts on this matter. And obviously, they will be of assistance to any of the subaward recipients to help facilitate invoicing or other procedural matters that are necessary. So let's move then to agenda item number 11. On this agenda item, I would just repeat what I have indicated in previous meetings. If any of you have a topic or a subject that you think the commission should be looking at or considering, please communicate that to me and or the executive director, and we will discuss scheduling it and placing it on an agenda. Just as a reminder, our next meetings are set for February 19th and May 21st. And then in this category, I would also like to mention that as we did with the latest report that was filed, Victoria will circulate a draft report to the commission members. So hopefully you'll be watching your email boxes toward the end of the month. And then she and I'll confer before January 1st to decide what other edits or what edits should be made before we submit that report to the governor, the legislature, and to the Supreme Court. And then the same practice will occur with respect to the February report. Okay, that said, I think that moves us to the second round of public comment. I'll now open that agenda item number 12 and invite members of the public to submit public comment either by writing or emailing the Nevada Department of Sentencing at sentencingpolicy@ndsp.nv.gov. Public comment submitted in writing will be referenced in the minutes of the meeting, posted on the website of the department, and provided to members of the commission for their review. Members of the public may also provide testimony by phone today. Because of the time constraints, public comment will be limited to not more than 2 minutes. Any member of the public who testifies and exceeds the 2-minute time limit may also supplement their presentation with written submissions to the department and posted as previously noted. So Ms. Buckley, if you would commence the second round of public comment and introduce that topic.
Thank you, Justice Hardesty. Members of the public who wish to testify by phone, please call 669-900-6833. When prompted for the meeting ID, enter 970-7734-7346 and pound. If you would like to provide public comment, press *9 to raise your hand. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that instructs you that you are able to unmute yourself by pressing *6. I will also state the last 3 numbers of your phone number to let you know that it is your turn to speak. Again, if you would like to provide public comment, press *9 to raise your hand. Caller with the last three numbers, 779. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Nicole, NICOLE, calling with Return Strong. Previously, my statement is previously written on NDOC website. Testing was to be done on all inmates every 3 weeks. Yet you state they only have 100% tested in 90 days. So why would anyone expect that they would be tested weekly per your new rules that was just started yesterday? Having town halls, which gathering large groups of incarcerated together with substandard masks, meeting with whom staff of whom do not wear masks makes no sense. Sounds like potential super spreader events to me. And to every Tuesday and Friday in every facility, don't lie, you know this isn't happening. And N95 masks, when were these tested and why were they, and if the staff were not clean shaven, they do not work with large beards. You've also explained that your efforts resulted in low positives when compared to other places. Could this be perhaps because, again, you are not testing all of those of whom are sick and they are not tested, performed correctly? This appears to be a conscious attempt to askew the results. You stated that you will meet with advocacy groups after the pandemic when we can contact you, yet you do not return emails nor phone calls. And let's face it, the pandemic and your handling of it is the issue. And as previously discussed, the Prison Board Commission meeting, you were told by the governor to meet with us families and you have refused. And let's call attention to the part of the video conferencing that you may have forgotten where we can see you not wearing a mask. And it is not until you're called out on that to apply it and your own medical director not wearing one at all when speaking, you do realize that it can be worn while speaking, not just like everybody else on the board. Does anyone else see this as an issue as it applies to the following masking rules by all NDOC staff? And by downplaying deaths, by saying they have underlying conditions is unfathomable. 60% of the population has pre-existing conditions that can cause more severe cases of COVID. That number is higher in prisons. And it's not just elderly, but young people as well. And stating that these individuals have died by these conditions not only downplays their deaths that were caused by COVID, it downplays the deaths that all COVID cases worldwide. And frankly, it shows your continued ignorance to the situation. How does NDOC expect to know their totals when they are not known to the general public? And we want to know and if you guys on the board want to know the breakdown of the COVID numbers per facility, I have those in front of me as we speak and can share them if you like. Although they did not include the new results for the incarcerated persons in the last few days, oddly enough, there are no deaths listed, more lies it seems. I am an ICU nurse. I've seen more people die from COVID than I'd care to mention. And those that have died in NDOC died from COVID. And I want people to say it with me that they died from COVID and that your staff has brought it in. Director Daniels, you say that you were there to execute public safety. It sounds as though you were there to execute people. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes your comment. And the next comment.
Oh. Where'd it go? Here it is. Caller with the last three digits of 725. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may now begin. Where'd it go? Caller with the last three digits, 725. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name slowly and spell it for the record. Your time begins now.
Okay. That's all we have.
Okay, that appears to conclude public comment. I want to reiterate my previous point that if someone missed the opportunity to provide public comment or prefers to do so in writing, they're welcome to submit that to the department and will go on our website and be circulated to the members of the commission once that occurs. I think that suffices. I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to Ms. Gonzalez, Ms. Abbott, welcome. Ms. Buckley, welcome. Sherry, you're out there in Never Never Land. Ms. Glick, thank you for your support and help to the commission. We really appreciate it. I don't mean to kid her, but I like to kid these ladies. They're a lot of fun to be around. Thank you all, commission members. We'll see you on the 19th. And from my family to yours, best wishes for happy holidays. Be safe. God willing, we'll be able to come out of this in a much better situation soon. Thanks all for your help.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. Merry Christmas.